word is fiction.
Hello. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Kabo Lohim, in Kumon, Leker Yom, Anuhu, Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
You may be seated. I got a couple things I want to speak on before I go into my chapter. So now it has come to my attention to certain things recently that there was a video circulating that showed a family member threatening someone. Someone that I love believes that the video is directed towards her, right? The family member made grave threats towards another person, and I do not agree or condone that kind of behavior and speech towards a woman, right? Number two. Now, in order, now I have a whole lot of things to speak on. We cannot turn on people because of their decisions. God gave everybody a choice. God gave everybody a choice. He even gave Adam and Eve a choice. So when he gave Adam and Eve a choice, he gave them a command and told them of every tree in the garden, thou mayest freely eat. He said, but you see that tree there? It's in the midst of the garden. He said, don't eat from it, neither shall you touch it. In the day that you eat from it, he said, thou shalt surely die. We were only one-sided. What I mean by we was only one-sided. We only had good in us. Guess what? Male today, because of what Adam had done in the beginning, we all, men and women, we all suffer for it. So now we have two sides to us. We have good and we have evil in us. We are in the same boat. But you know what? I realized something. And by reading the book, I learned. By reading the book, I have learned that when King David was at fault with God, you know what King David did? He fasted every day of his life. He wore sackcloth every day of his life. He stayed in a repentive spirit. I'm always guilty. We don't have a high priest to set up no offerings and sacrifices. No. We don't have a high priest to do these things, to relinquish iniquities and expiate, to make atonement for sins. So therefore, we are never good. Man and woman, we are always guilty before God. We are always guilty before God. That's right. The same thing you did last year, you're supposed to be fasting and praying for it now. For the rest of my life, I always gotta have that repentant spirit, and that's my mindset now. Because I gotta get right with God. I'm not good. I ain't righteous. I still sin presumptuously, and iniquity still comes to my head. Negative things still comes to my head, but it's up to you to fight it. It's up to you to fight it with the strength of God. So now I got to pick up. I got to pick myself up and start doing things on a constant basis to show God that I'm sorry. I got to do things on a constant basis to show God that I'm sorry. But guess what? The world and the inhabitants of the people don't think that way. People on the norm don't think that way. People that are condemned don't think that way. Don't have that mindset. See, a person that's not condemned, not going to think like that. Huh? A person that's not on the track of correcting himself and getting better with God, not going to think like that. Yes, I'm evil. Yes, I'm evil and I'm wicked. And guess what? God pulled your tongue to tell me I'm evil and wicked because he knows that I'm going to do something about it. He knows that by you telling me that I'm wicked, I'm going to do something about it. First, you're going to get defensive. Yeah, that's natural. That's the evil in us. Most time, when you or when a person have a problem with someone else, they listen to get defensive. They don't listen to say, well, I got to correct this, correct that, and correct that. What did I do that caused you or made you feel that way? We get defensive. So now, by this person telling me I'm evil, I'm not supposed to get defensive. I'm like, oh, I'm evil. Oh, I'm wicked. Well, what am I doing to make you feel that way or to tell me that I'm evil? Or what am I doing towards God to make you tell me I'm evil? I got to correct myself. I got to make changes. And I got to correct myself. Just like you got to correct yourself. And you got to make changes. We all got to correct ourselves and make changes because we are doing things that is not condoned by God. You know the law. You know the commandments. You know the statutes. You know his judgments. You know what you're supposed to be doing. You know what you ain't supposed to be doing. So we all are guilty before God. We all are guilty before God. Huh? Let me tell you something, man. We don't know how to love. I said this last night. I said, we don't know how to love. The only one that knows how to love is God. That's it. And guess what? God's love is the only love that's unconditional. Oh my gosh. Huh? I said God's love is the only love that's unconditional. You know why I say that? Because people, humans, man, woman, despise God and God still loved them. Man, woman, children despise God and God still show them pity. Man, woman, children despise God and God still show them compassion and mercy. And what we do, we defecate on God by defecating on his laws, by pushing his laws away. Huh? Husbands don't know how to love wives. Wives don't know how to love husbands. Fathers don't know how to love children. And children don't know how to love fathers. Mothers don't know how to love children. And children don't know how to love mothers. You think loving your child is making them choose? That's not love. A child chooses when he grows, when he gets older. But when the child is 11, 12, 9, 8, 16, 15, the child don't choose. You fall under my rules. And you do what I said. Now, when you turn 30 and 25 and you get your own place and you move out and you're a grown man, now you can choose and do as you please. Now you're responsible. But before that, you don't. You're not responsible, man. The only one loving right is God. But we damn sure know how to hate and despise. We know how to hate. We know how to despise. We know everything. We know how to do this negative thing good. We're more negative than positive. The world is more negative than positive. What is the positive? The positive is the taking heed to the laws and the commandments of God. And by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God, you will clean your ways. By taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God, you will clean your ways. I was talking about this with my brother. I said, a wise man's eyes is in his head. But a fool's eyes is at the ends of the earth. That's deep. And most don't even understand that. I said, a wise man's eyes is in his head. You know what that means? He is inside of himself. He's watching himself. A wise man watches himself. A wise man is on point with himself. A wise man is governing himself. Look, man, that's a wise man. A wise man is able to accept and acknowledge his fault. He said, but a fool's eyes is at the ends of the earth. You could only see as far as your nose. Right. You could only see what you see now. You're only in the physical realm. What's going on here and now? You know what that means? That means that person has the same mindset as the people that they live amongst. They don't think about nothing else past that. They're just thinking about here and now. Let's go to Exodus 16. Exodus chapter 16. Right? Exodus. Now we have to we as people that serve God keep his commandments. So you say you serve God. You say you keep his commandments. So if we are these people, then we have to show regard for the rights and wrong. For the rights and wrong, and ignore the rights. And that's no. I'm saying it wrong. We are supposed to show regard for people. Consider people, right? Right? Consider the right, condemn the wrong. Consider the right and condemn the wrong. Now, we have to realize something. We cannot keep analyzing what is good and what is evil according to our mindset. Think, man. We can't keep doing that. So whatever you're telling this person or that person that he's wrong or she's wrong about, back up. It says it's wrong in the eyes of God. And if it ain't wrong in the eyes of God, leave it alone. We don't have that mindset. We don't think that way. Let's go. Exodus chapter 16. Let's read it.
They took their journey from Elim.
They took their journey from Elim. You know what Elim means? Elim means palms. Elim was the second encampment of the Israelites after the Exodus. The wilderness of sin was westward of Mount Sinai. So this place was in between Mount Sinai and I forgot the other spot. But we traveling, we just getting out of Egypt. We're in Elim now. Okay, let's read.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt.
Go back to verse 2, please. You in verse 2?
I'm at verse 2 now.
Okay, Tom, see.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children.
Okay. Now, it says, the whole congregation murmured against who?
Against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness.
Aaron in the wilderness. Now, when we murmured against Moses and Aaron, we're not literally complaining against them. Our complaints was with God. That's who you're really complaining against. All right? So now murmur, nalon, means what? To complain. To complain. And when you complain, you're not satisfied. When you complain, you are not satisfied with something. If you're not satisfied, or if you're satisfied, then why are you complaining? Why are you bickering? Why are you doing this and this and this? God just delivered you out of Egypt and committed and did some wondrous things and delivered you out of Egypt. And here we are in the wilderness complaining to Moses, right? To express dissatisfaction of the actions of others. Okay, go ahead, read.
And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt.
You hear this? He said, man, we should have died in Egypt. We should have died in Egypt. But God was the one that delivered you and took you out of Egypt. God took you out of Egypt, not Aaron and Moses, because he heard a bitter cry. He said it was a bitter cry down in Egypt. And when he heard the bitter cry, he remembered his covenant. He remembered his agreement that he had with Abraham. And he got the children of Israel out of it. That was the seed of Abraham, man. So when the Israelites started to cry in Egypt, God delivered them out of there. This is a known fact. These are facts. Right. That there were a nation surnamed after the name of Jacob, who served the Egyptians for 430 years, and God delivered them. It is a known fact that there were chariots and horses and arms, swords in the bottom of the Red Sea. It's a known fact. And Egypt ain't nothing today. Nothing. They have never been a world power again after that. After that. Tamshi.
When we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full.
They said, listen, man, you took us up out of Egypt to kill us in this wilderness, and we ain't got nothing to eat. We ain't got nothing to eat. We ain't got nothing to drink. Moses, you trying to kill us. But you know what it is? God does things to prove us, to test us. God proves you and tests you by your faith, how much faith you got. God proves you and tests you by your obedience. God proves you and tests you by your virtue. God proves you and tests you to see how humble you are. So if we are on this mindset, we will look at certain situations differently. Right. When certain situations and trials and tribulations occur with any one of you, because my trials and my tribulations and certain situations that occur with me ain't gonna happen with you. This situation that happened with you is to prove you, to see if you're really down with God. To see if you're really down with God. Now the situation occurs and is happening, but we go by feelings. And our feelings don't have to be right. Most of the time it ain't right. Sometimes it could be right. Sometimes it could be right. But most of the time, you're wrong. And God don't deal that way. God said, give me 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter. If you don't have 2 or more witnesses, you got to leave that alone. I can't come and judge nobody and I ain't got no witnesses.
Right. Feelings don't matter.
I don't have no witnesses. And that's what makes you godly. By following after the laws and the commandments of God. This is what makes you godly. This is what makes you holy. By reading this book, and following after the ways of God. Following after the ways and the behavior patterns and the things that we read about in this book. Now you will become different. Now you're different. Now you're holy. Now you're set apart. Now you're separated. Now you're separated. But that's the only way to be separated and different. Because you don't have the same mindset like the world. You don't think like the world. You don't move like the world. You move according to the will of God. You move like God. I say you move like God. So when you come to me with a situation and you ain't got no witnesses, but you want me to condemn, you can't do that. God said judges. He said the judges that judge matters can't be partial. Can't be partial. So you know what partial means? Favoritism. You know what partial means? If my brother wrong, you wrong. You know what partial means? If my sister is wrong, she's wrong. Huh? I ain't never been partial. And I don't join sides with my brothers if they're wrong. If you're wrong, I got to tell you you're wrong. But then the brother's going to get mad at me because I told him he's wrong. Well, hey. Ain't that right? Mm-hmm. Come on, man. If we're going to serve God, everything, we got to cover all aspects. Let's read it.
For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly.
You see what they told? He said, man, you done brought us in the wilderness to kill us all. Look, man. I said, look, man, the wilderness of Sinai, that Sinai Peninsula, was a hell of a place to be at. When they ran into that Sinai Peninsula, you know what the nation said? They're as good as dead. He said, they're as good as dead. He said, leave them. He said, nobody. I said, no nation, nobody survives the Sinai Peninsula. It's a hostile environment. But if what the psalm said, if it wasn't for our God who was on our side, I said, now may Israel say, if it wasn't for God who was not on our side, when men rose up against us, then they would have swallowed us quick when their wrath was kindled against us. The streams has overwhelmed. He said, but man, listen, man, if it wasn't for God, the nation of Israel would have been dead. They would have never survived. So when they went through that Sinai Peninsula, God led them in the pillar by fire at night. God led them in the regular in the pillar of fire and the pillar in the cloud by day. To lead them, they had to follow that cloud. Follow that cloud, because without God, they didn't know their way. They didn't know the route.
There's no road.
In the Sinai Peninsula, there you go. You have Mount Sinai. He said, man, that mountain was a strange mountain. He said, you hear strange noises coming out of that mountain. Nobody go near that mountain. Today, nobody go near it. They got it fenced up. That whole mountain range is fenced up. You can't go in there. You can't go in there, man. The cave of Machpelah was found and it's chained up. You can't go in there. Certain things was left there for proof. Certain things was left for evidence that there's only one God, and his name is El Shaddai, God Almighty. God Almighty, man. God Almighty. Let's read it.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven.
Now look what God did. God rained bread, which was called what? Manna from heaven. To feed who? A nation of people that murmured against him. You see how God deals? I said, do we see? We're going to learn how God deals. Just because you stabbed me, I don't have to return the knife and stab you back. I ain't got to do that. But I only do that with my people. I only do that with my people. I ain't got to come and stab. I'll kill you with kind. You stab me, I'm going to give you a plate of food. And then keep my distance. Keep my distance. That's how God dealt. It's godliness and that's righteousness. The people murmured against God and angered God. What could I do? I fed you for your murmurings. And when he done went and fed them for their murmurings, he said, okay, I'm going to rain bread from heaven. Go ahead, read.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my law.
Okay. He said, the people shall go out and gather a certain rate, a certain amount. All right? I'm going to rain bread from heaven. And the people, look, going to come out and gather a certain amount. He said, and I'm going to prove them that what?
And I will prove whether they will walk in my law.
Whether they will walk in my laws or not. You see how God deals, man? This is for the newcomers. Yeah. This is not for me. That's not for me. I can't agree with that. You know why? Because I'm always serve God. The proving for me is that, am I going to back up from God? Meaning, a situation occurs. Am I going to go through with it? Or am I going to reject it for the laws of God? But I ain't never leaving Shabbat. I'm always have my garments and my fringes. But the proving and the testing grounds is escalated for me more than a new person. You still is undecided. You still ain't make your mind up whether you want to stay here or go out there. So now the proving for you is whether you want to walk in God's law or not. Huh? Whether you're going to walk in God's law or not. So God rained bread from heaven to prove them. The word for prove is nasa. Nasa means to prove, to test, or to try, right? Now, to prove, to establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. These are the ways that God prove us by evidence. So now we have evidence that this book is real. We have evidence that the mountain has been burning for a long time. We have evidence that there was a woman who was Lot's wife covered in salt because she was commanded and told not to look back, and she looked back, and that's where she stood. There's proof. There's proof that there was darkness upon the face of the deep. Scientists found dark matter. Dark matter. The dark matter, that darkness was not regular darkness when you cut the light off. That darkness could not be penetrated with light. You can feel those darkness. All these things is found. God left it there to prove you, to see whether you're going to serve God or serve Baalim, or serve idols, or serve yourself, or do your own things, because we serve ourselves by not acknowledging God. How do we serve ourselves by not acknowledging God? Because we get emotional and we move according to our emotions. And when we move according to our emotions, we push the laws of God back that way. And say, forget God's law. I need to go this way because this, and this. Not reconciling or thinking that if I go this way, I may be violating the laws and the commandments of God. We don't think like that, man. We just move. We just make moves. But we don't put God in our mind. Hold up, stop. If I make this move, I'm not going to be able to congregate. If I make this move, I'm not going to be able to wash. If I make this move, I can't do this over here. And guess what? Everything stops now. Why? Because it's like Principal Paul always say, God over everything.
That's right.
I said, God over everything, man. God over your emotions.
Right.
God over the way you think.
Right.
God over your children.
Right.
God over this one,
That's
your
right.
husband, your wife. God over everything.
You hear it? You hear that?
Come on, man.
You hear that?
Feelings don't matter.
I said, God over everything.
That's right. God first.
So before we make a move, be circumspect.
Oh, yes.
And take heed to yourself and consider God first.
That's right.
If I make this move, will I be violating the laws and the commandments of God?
I can't consider your feelings.
Huh? No way. No way. Because with God, once I start considering your feelings and it interacts. It interacts.
It's gonna
It interacts with God. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But there's no problem with considering, look at Judges 19 again. The man left, his wife left him, went to her father's house, and he went after his wife to speak to her concerning her heart. You know what concerning her heart is? That's concerning her feelings, how she felt. What was the reason why you left? What you run off for? And it says that she committed whoredom. But she committed whoredom, but she didn't have to sleep with nobody. You don't have to have sex to commit whoredom. All you got to do is leave off.
That's right.
From the path that I showed you.
That's right.
All you have to do is go astray.
That's right.
From the path that I showed you, and that also is whoredom. Because we, as a nation, as a people, we committed whoredom against God by leaving off the path and the route that God showed us. Okay?
That's right.
Now, to prove validity means conforming to accepted principles. What is the accepted principles? Not your principles. Not my principles. The principles that God set. Those are the principles that we must train ourselves to agree with. Because we don't agree with everything in the book. I've been born in this way of life. I don't agree with everything in the book, or else I won't sin presumptuously. I said we, people were born in this way of life and still don't agree with everything in the book because you won't sin presumptuously. If you agree with a law, you're going to do it. Why are you not fulfilling that law? God said, you despise my law. God told King David that he despised this law. He only messed up once. But guess what? The difference between you and David had ways about him that God loved. I said, King David had ways about him that God loved. He sent Nathan the prophet to tell him a parable, because some people, you got to put it in a different way for them to see how wrong it is. It's for them to see their own wrong. Most of the time, you need to switch the tables. Because when you're telling the person they're wrong, you shouldn't do it, they don't see it. They don't see it. But now you switch the situation around and see if the same situation that happened to somebody else or to you, if you're going to accept it. What would you do if you was in that situation? That's what we need to do. And we people don't do that. I have learned to look at situations that way. Flip it around and put my feet in that person's shoes and see how I feel and how I would deal with it. Then we will learn how to deal with things and matters that go down. We don't do that, man. Because when situations happen, you want to pull swords. You want to pull swords, damn near kill the person. But switch it. Do you want some? Listen, man, that's not godliness, man.
That's right.
That's not godliness, man. That's not godliness, man. That's not godliness. That's not righteousness. It's nowhere near that. It's nowhere near that, man. To test. When God tests you, it's three things. Observation.
Watch.
The first thing God do is
Observe.
watch you.
Observe.
Yo, I'm just coming in the way of life. I'm sitting down. You're being watched. God is watching you to see if you got a willing heart. To see if you got a willing heart to serve him. And when God's watching you, he tests you according to your weakness. I said, when God is watching you, he tests you according to your weakness. God knows every one of our weaknesses, and he tries you according to your weaknesses to bring out your strength. Okay? Observation, able to conform to God's laws. So when God's watching you, he want to see if you have the willing heart. He want to see if you have the willing heart, if you're able to agree to God's laws.
Your heart is equipped.
If you are equipped to follow God. Because not everybody that get exposed to God is equipped to follow God. Evaluate to determine the value or worth. Are you even worthy of me revealing myself to you? Huh? Each and every one of us that been exposed to the creator of heaven and earth has some type of worth in them. Now it's up to you to build on that. Don't back up. God saw some type of value and worth in you to show you, to expose you to this, to determine the value or worth of a person, to reveal them who God is. Right? Trial, test of faith, test of patience, stamina, by putting you through suffering and temptation. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So God is testing your patience, your stamina, and your faith in God by making you suffer. You're going to go through sufferation. Something is going to happen. And you're going to believe that this is what it is. And the only way to escape it is to do this. But when you talk about escaping, you're going to be in violation of God. You're going to be in violation of the laws of God. So God, which is more important. So God wants to see, are you going to put my laws and my commandments first? Or are you going to put yourself first?
Right. That's what they do.
Huh? Huh? God want to see if you're going to put yourself first, how you feel, your emotions, and what you think it is. Or are you going to put God's laws ahead of that?
That's right. You hear that?
Huh? Temptation. Suffering and temptation, man. An ordeal is a long-lasting event. That's heavy. God put you on the sick bed for a very long time. A long-lasting event. Something difficult or painful you go through to test your conformity to the beliefs of God, but under God's control. Because some people get put through certain things for a long period of time. And you know what they do? My father said one time it was a brother in the hospital, and he's in the hospital for a long period of time. A bad ailment, bad sickness. He went in the hospital. He saw the deacon. He saw crosses. He saw all these things. He got desperate.
I know.
He said, man, what are you doing, man? After that, it's over. After that, it was over. He told him to leave.
He said he never went back.
Never went back. He died.
That brother died.
He died. I say he died.
Same week.
He died. That same week. The same week, man. When God tries you to subject a person to undue strain, excessive hardship, or provocation that tests your endurance. Undue strain. You know what undue strain is? Unstrained is influence.
Yeah.
Influence.
Heavy pressure.
Heavy pressure. That certain situation that go on and you feel pressurized. God pressure you. And pressure you. And pressure you. Next thing is so much pressure that you feel like you're going to bust.
Give up.
Huh? And you start making moves. And the moves that you make put you in a bad situation. Not with man, but with God. But with God. Let's read it.
Verse 5. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron.
There's two types of pressure. Some pressure God put on you to test your faith and to see if you can withhold that pressure and stand your ground and endure. Why? Because some pressure, like I just saw, make diamonds.
That's right. Pressure make diamonds.
Some pressure causes you to shine. Why? Because you didn't allow the pressure to detour you away from his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's how you start to shine like a diamond. You handle the pressure. You don't make that pressure push you further and further away from God. Huh? You don't make that pressure cause you to push you away from God. You hold your grounds. Number one, with God's laws. Don't give in.
That's right.
Nothing to move by.
Yeah, baby.
What's that verse? What we use that? Verse 5.
And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice.
And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day, right? Go ahead. Now, mind you, you're going to read, it said first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. There was never a name for those days because the only day that had a name was the 7th day, which was called Shabbat. The rest of these days are named after Greek gods.
Right.
Moon Day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which is Thor, Frida, Friday, Saturn, Sunday, Day of the Sun. That's why Emperor Roman Constantine changed the original day of the Shabbat to Sunday in honor of the sun god. Sonande. Worshiping JC, you're worshiping the sun god. Because when when Nimrod died, JC is Nimrod. I said Jesus Christ is Nimrod. Nimrod died. They couldn't find his body parts. He got chopped up in pieces. The only thing Semiramis found, who was his mother, that he cohabitated with through the sun rays, meaning she was immaculately conceived. She was immaculately conceived. So now, because she couldn't find all his body parts, he resurrected to the sun, which is called Baal.
The Greeks call him Icarus. It's that story.
So now you have people on YouTube. Be careful when you're watching things on YouTube.
Yeah, man.
Because these videos that we watch on YouTube will have you going that way. You see how you had two gaps between your mouth? You say, hey, you got one teeth here, one teeth here. You say, hey, go that way. You got a big space between it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You are going astray. Let's read.
And Moses and Aaron said unto the children of Israel, at even then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt.
At even? So you will know that God did what?
Hath brought you out from the land of Egypt.
Why God had to do that? Because they blame Moses. They blame Aaron. They say, yo, you brought us out of Egypt to bring us in this desert. We ain't got no food, nothing to eat. God brought you out, not Moses. I just used these men. I used them as a tool. Just like he told Moses, he said, listen, Moses cried out to God because that's a natural thing for a godly man to do. You cry out to God.
That's right.
I said, you cry out to God. And when he cried out to God, God told him, he said, what are you crying to me for? He said, I done made you a God in the sight of the people. He said, you see that staff? He said, take that staff and go split the sea. I'm not doing this. Go ahead, man. Your powers is activated. You got power. Huh? That's why our forefathers we had power over the constellations. We had power over the elements. A man in the book was able to stop the sun.
That's right.
He was able to stop the sun. But in Jeremiah 13, God said, your dominion and your principalities declined. Your dominion over what God gave you dominion over, you lost it.
That's right.
I said, you lost it, man. What caused you to lose it? Our sins, our iniquities, our behavior, our ways. You got to change.
Right.
We got to change for the better, man. We got to change for God. Stop trying to change for man.
Right.
Stop trying to change for woman.
Right. Yeah.
Stop trying to change for children.
That's right.
And change for God.
Yeah.
And when you change for God, women, men, and children will be at peace with you.
That's right.
Everything fall in line.
That's right.
Because when you please God, you please people.
That's right. You hear that?
You please humans. You please people. A godly man will please people. One of my brothers told me that, and he's right. Prince Zachariah, one of the zealots.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
One of the zealots.
Yeah.
I don't know a man as strong as my boy right there. That's my guy right there.
Yeah.
Prince Zachariah.
Oh,
My
yeah.
father. I said my
Yeah.
father's friend.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
My father's friend.
Yeah.
There can
Right.
never be no beef between me and that man.
Me either.
Never. There can never be no problems between me and that man. You know why? Because I follow after the footsteps of my father.
That's right.
I
Right.
follow after the footsteps of my
Right.
father.
That's
I'll
right.
argue with him and we'll go back and forth, and the next day we talking again. No beef.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nothing personal.
Never.
That's right.
Never.
Nothing personal.
Let's read it.
Good.
Verse 7. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for
In
that
the morning, you're going to see the glory of God
for that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord.
because God heard your murmurings. He heard your complaints. He heard you complaining and complaining and your
Against him.
dissatisfaction against God. Let's go.
And what are we that ye murmur against us?
And what are we? That we murmur against us. You know what just came in my mind while I'm saying this? We want mercy from God, but we won't show mercy.
We don't exercise it. We don't exercise it.
We want God to
That's right.
to forgive us. I said, man and woman and children, we want God to forgive us.
Yeah.
But we find a hard time forgiving people.
Right.
Let it go.
And when you can't forgive, God won't forgive you because that's how God deals.
That's right.
He said, to the merciful, I will be merciful to. If you show mercy, I'll show you mercy. But if you ain't merciful, why you want me to show you mercy?
All right.
If you don't show compassion, why you want me to
All
show
right.
you compassion?
Yeah.
If you don't show pity, why you want me to show you pity? If you don't never forgive, why you don't make forgive is all day, every day. You can't forgive here, but then say, well, you know what? I can't forgive. No, you always forgive. Always show mercy. Always show compassion to your brother and your sister. Let's read it.
And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, in the morning bread
Okay.
to the full.
Uh-huh.
For that the Lord heareth your murmurings, which ye murmur against him.
It said, God heard your murmurings, which you murmured against them. Read.
And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord.
Your murmurings is not against me. You're complaining against God. Your complaint is against God. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass.
And that's what we don't realize. We sit up here, disagree with everything in the book because it doesn't suit your mindset.
Right.
We disagree with everything in the book because it doesn't suit or correlate with your mindset. So because it doesn't correlate with your thinking pattern, you disagree with it. But you're disagreeing with God. Huh? Let's read it.
And Moses spake unto Aaron, say unto the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel.
He said, come near before God, because he heard you complaining. He said, he heard you murmuring. He said, come on before God. I read.
That they look toward the wilderness.
Now, when they look towards the wilderness, what happened?
The glory of the Lord.
They see the glory of God coming
Appeared
down.
in the cloud.
Appeared in the cloud. They down. No, they right here in the wilderness. Next thing they go out in the wilderness to go before God. Look, a thick cloud that you can't see through comes down from heaven. Now he's down here on earth.
Yeah.
Glory of God right there. You know what that is, man? You know what these people saw with their naked eye?
Oh, yeah.
And this is why God dealt with these people like that. Because they seen it with their own eyes. And they still couldn't find it in their heart to believe God. Why do you think God left the book here? We don't have vivid actions like that. But the book was left here. It's only up to you to make yourself believe it.
That's right.
You got to train yourself and make yourself believe what you read.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. I say you got to make yourself believe.
Yeah.
No one can make you believe God.
That's right.
No one can make you believe these laws and believe these things. You got to make yourself believe this. Let's read it.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh.
At even you shall eat flesh.
And in the morning ye shall be filled with bread.
And in the morning you're going to be filled with bread.
And ye shall know that I am the Lord your God.
By today? What's after all this and everything that I do? You should not have no doubt that I am God. You should not have no doubt that I am the Lord thy God. What verse you at?
Yes.
I'm at 13 there.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up.
It came to pass the quails came.
And covered the camp.
Covered the camp.
And in the morning the dew lay around about the host.
The dew was the manna. The book only spoke about 3 birds. Pigeons, quails, turtle doves.
That's right.
That's it.
Not every animal or every bird was in the east.
That's correct.
Not every bird and every animal, every cattle was in the east. Some cattle and some birds was in different areas. Like a buffalo. There was no buffalo here. Okay? So that tells me that there's more unclean birds than clean birds. Because when we read the book in Leviticus 11, it doesn't specify the clean birds. Majority or most of them, damn near all of them, are unclean. Are unclean.
They're all New World birds.
It only talks about those 3 birds. So that's why I stay away from chicken.
Eat chicken.
I don't want no chicken. I'm staying away from it. You know why? Because like my father said, he said, when in doubt,
do it out.
Do it out. I said, when in doubt, do it out. I don't want to take chances and eat it, and I may be violating. That's the mindset that we need to have.
That's how you
We don't take chances with our lives concerning God.
That's right.
You don't take chances with our lives concerning God because you may be in violation.
That's right.
You may be at fault. You may be guilty. Let's read it.
And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing.
A small round thing.
As small as the hoarfrost of the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna.
It's manna.
But they wist not what it was.
They didn't know what it was.
And Moses said unto them, this is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat.
Go ahead.
This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. Gather of it every man according.
There goes that word, gather. Huh?
Yeah.
What verse is that? Verse 17,
16.
16. He said gather. The
16.
word for gather is laquat. The same word used when the man was gathering sticks. So then you ask people, why was he killed? They say, oh, because he was gathering sticks to make a fire. But he didn't make the fire. And God don't punish you if the fire wasn't being made. You have to wait for the action to be done to be punished. So why do we condemn people when the action is not done? It was in his intentions to do it, and he moved towards to do it, but it wasn't done. That's right. They say his intentions, he was about to burn fire. But no, that's not why God killed them.
Yeah.
God killed them for the action. To gather is an action word, no English. And on the Shabbat, no action, nothing that.
That's right.
On the Shabbat, there was no action done.
That's right.
That's why God told him, Moses told him, said, stay in your tent. We in the wilderness.
That's right.
He said, stay in your tent.
Stay home.
I said, stay in your tent. They didn't do no traveling because the horses and the oxes and the cattle had to rest.
That's right.
God said the cattle got to rest. So what makes you think they got on those horses to travel? When they walked towards the distance between the tabernacle and the encampment, that's as far as they walked. And that's the walk that is accepted by God today. So if I walk from here to Queens, that's work. Too long. You got to make sure that the distance is the same distance between the encampment of Israel and the tabernacle. Go ahead, read.
This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating. An omer for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so and gathered some more.
An omer for every person. Right? Go ahead.
And the children of Israel did so and gathered some more, some less.
They messed up because the commandment, the order was each man gather an omer. God is going to make sure that that omer suffice you. That's why he commanded you and say, listen, I want to see if these people can follow rules. I want to see if these people can follow directions. And by this, I'm going to prove them by this. Situations happens and situation occurs and stirs up, but it's only to prove you before God.
And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over.
When they meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over.
And he that gathered little had no lack.
He that had little had no lack. Go ahead.
And they gathered every man according to his eating. Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses. But some of them left it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass on the sixth day, they gathered twice as much bread.
On the sixth day, they gathered twice as much because on the Shabbat, you can't go out there and gather. So why do I see Israelites on Shabbat outside of the camp with brooms, like you keep. Oh, this is the camp. God don't care about that. God don't even care about that camp. It's unclean.
That's right.
Someone probably died in there.
That's right.
You probably got unclean chairs in there that woman sat on.
That's right.
And you got abominable people in there calling on God that don't recognize and regard the laws of God. That's what make you abominable. Because we do things on the Shabbat that we have no reason doing. We have no reason doing. You can't pick up a broom and sweep. You can't pick up a mop and pick up water. You can't take out garbage. Oh, it's the camp. Oh, take out the garbage. Keep the camp clean. You can't do all of that.
Can I rinse a spoon? Can I rinse a spoon?
To rinse is to wash.
Okay.
Can't wash dishes. You can't cook. You can't clean. You're not supposed to be watching TV, doing your own desires. And all these things is done because you left off from God. So now God done put it in your mind like you doing something right. Like you think it's okay. Like God is on your side. But that's only to detour you and keep you away. Because you think you right when you're not right. And when you have that mindset, you're going to stay there. You are not able. Tamshi.
And all the rulers of the congregation came and they told Moses. Verse 23. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord had said.
Look, man, you know what I do? When I go in the shower on Shabbat, I put soap in my hands and I soap my body up. I don't use washcloth, especially on Shabbat. You know why?
They gotta watch it.
Because when you have a washcloth and you put soap in there and you soap yourself up with the washcloth, what you do with the washcloth after that? You take the washcloth and you run it under the water. You wring it, add more soap, you're washing it. Then you do the same thing. I don't do that. Why? Because I want to stay in the clear with God.
That's right.
When I brush my teeth, suck up all the stuff, I spit it out. Once I put fresh water in my mouth, the dirty toothbrush goes in my mouth. Spit it out. Brush my teeth again, put fresh water again. The dirty toothbrush go in my mouth until all the slime is off my toothbrush because I don't want to put the toothbrush under the water to wash my toothbrush.
I draw them in.
Huh? I don't want to do that. And that's how far I'm taking it because I don't want God to write me down in that book.
That's right.
I don't want God to remove my name from the book that he got. When we are born,
That's right.
we all start out with our name in that book. As we begin to live and get treacherous and get abominable and get stink before God, you know what you do? You take the pencil, John the Baptist. He erased John the Baptist's name out the book of life. Canaan, sugar. Erase Canaan, sugary out of the box, out the book. A lot of people's names getting erased. It ain't too, look, it's a lot of blank pages in that book. Ain't too many names.
It's a big book.
Let's read it.
Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake
Tomorrow
today.
is what?
Tomorrow is the rest.
It's
of
the
holy
rest.
Sabbath.
Time out. Did we study and look up and did the research on that word rest, which means in Hebrew Shabbat? It means rest and cessation. Cessation. C-E-S-S-A-T-I-O-N. Okay? To rest means what? To cease from work or movement.
That's right.
To cease from work or activities.
That's right. Not sleep.
I have seen brothers leave on Shabbat to go take the plane. Where you going, man? They go into the terminal to go on flight 87. JFK on Shabbat. Y'all niggas, y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy. Y'all bugging out.
That's right.
And you think you serving God? That's what the word rest means.
That's right.
Huh? Know what cessation is? CESSATION. Process of ending or being brought to an end.
That's right.
Everything stopped.
That's right.
Right.
Everything ceased.
General strike.
Everything, general strike, work
That's right.
stoppage, everything stopped.
That's right.
Everything on a halt.
That's right.
No movement.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, 5:15, sunset. Blow the horn. After you blow the horn, everything stops.
That's right.
Cut the burners on. The
That's right.
burners don't get cut on and off. Leave the burners on. What else? Everybody's in, TV's off.
Everything's set up.
Everything's shut down.
That's right.
Cut the TV off.
That's right.
Soraya Noah, cut the laptop off. Put it up. Everything's shut down.
That's right.
And everybody in the house fall under the rules of God.
That's right.
What about God?
I said, everybody fall under the rules of God.
That's right.
Wife, you too. What if I forgot to watch something?
You forgot to wash it, it stays in the sink
Until when?
until sundown.
Thank you.
Or I don't even put it in the sink. I put it on the side.
It stays right there.
I put it right on the side
Right.
because when I go in the sink to run water to drink it,
No,
or I may need some hot water, I don't need no water touching those dishes. So God can say, well, maybe, since God can say, well, man, you washing dishes.
You're soaking it.
You're soaking it or you're washing it. See, I don't need that, man.
Right.
You know why I gotta play it like this?
Intricate,
Because there's no, I'm looking around. You know what I'm looking for? Moses. I don't see Moses here. I don't see Aaron here. I don't see nobody here that I can ask God questions and get an answer. Am I violating this like King David did? He said, King David went. He said, oh Lord God, will the men of Keilah give me up? He said, yeah. He said, yeah, the men of Keilah are going to come. If you stay there, they're going to give you up. He said, move. Move. We ain't getting no answers like that. Huh? We're not getting no answers like that. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful because we do things. You gotta be careful. Let's read it.
Bake that which ye will bake today.
Uh-huh.
Seethe that ye will seethe.
Bake that what you're gonna bake today. Boil what you're gonna boil today. Uh-huh.
And that which remaineth over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
Now you can save it. Because the command was already put there not to spread worms or stink, because I ain't raining no bread from heaven to give you no food. That's why I told you to gather double. I told you to gather double. And if you eat everything and you happen to eat everything, God ain't gonna rain no bread down for you to go looking out in the wilderness to find no bread on no Shabbat. It's not gonna be out there. It's not gonna be out there. You ain't gonna find it. Let's read it.
And they laid it up until the morning, as Moses bade.
Uh-huh.
And it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein.
Listen, man, your boiling and your baking and your cooking got to be done before sunset,
That's correct.
before Shabbat.
That's right.
You cannot let sunset and you still cooking.
Right.
You cannot let sunset and you still boiling.
That's right. That's right.
You cannot let sunset and you still baking.
And you still smoking.
Huh? You cannot let sunset and you're drinking wine and beers and liquor and watching
right.
TV and smoking weed.
Right.
Got the
That's
split
right.
on deck. Huh?
Right.
Can't be doing those things, man.
Right.
You know why? Because God put you in a different category now.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Everybody is not in the same category.
All right.
You in a different category from him. He's in a different category than this one. She's in a different category than this one. And it all determines on your faith and your patience and your stamina and your endurance and what you do according to what God says. Which means what? We are not the same.
That's right.
We don't hold the same standards
That's right.
with God. Different levels, man. Let's read it.
Verse 25.
Verse 25.
And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord.
Eat that today. He said, because today is a Sabbath to God. Tom Sheik.
Today ye shall not find it in the field.
Today you're not going to find it in the fields.
6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none.
Uh-huh.
And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather,
You hear that?
and they found none.
God done told them to gather double on the 6th day, because when you go out in the wilderness, you're not going to find it out in the fields. Look, the 7th day came, you had people going out in the fields looking for bread. They didn't believe. And that's the majority of the people today. We don't believe. Belief triggers actions.
That's right.
According to the amount of belief that you have in you, it will determine your actions towards God.
That's right.
Some people got stronger beliefs than some.
Yeah.
But all this belief thing, this has to be built.
That's right.
This has to be developed.
Mhm.
It has to be developed little by little. Little by little. You cannot develop your belief by God profaning the Sabbath day.
Bro.
You cannot develop your belief by God by sinning and transgressing and violating his laws and his commandments and his statutes. Your belief will get like paper, weak. And then once your belief get but so weak, you are not here no more. Which means, guess what? You kicked yourself out.
That's right.
But then we gonna blame others. And I'm not doing this no more because of you. You did it to me. No, you did it to yourself, Godson.
That's right.
I ain't did nothing to you. God put the test before you and you failed.
Mhm.
Had you thinking otherwise.
That's right.
Had you believing otherwise. And the thing that you believed is what caused you to go that way.
That's right.
That was the whole goal. Let's read it.
And the Lord said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments?
How long are you going to refuse to keep my laws and my commandments?
And my laws. See, for that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath. Therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day.
Abide ye in your place.
That's right.
Let no man go where? Go out of your place on the 7th day. Where are you going?
That's right. Where you going?
There's nowhere to go.
Damn it.
Why do we leave our place to go be with people or amongst people that don't serve God?
Right.
We can't put family above the laws of God.
That's right.
And that's been our problem
Yeah.
from only God knows when. We
Right.
can't put family
Right.
above the laws of God, which means at some point in time, I got to tell John.
Right.
At some point in time, I got to tell Georgetta. I serve God,
That's right.
and I can't do that.
That's right.
John, I can't do that. Right now, this is the Sabbath day.
Can't come to the funeral.
Right now, this is the Sabbath day. I can't do that.
That's right.
Right now, I can't do this over here. This is the Sabbath day. I got to respect the laws. I got to respect what God said first. First and foremost, before I respect what man said. Before I respect and honor what woman and men say.
Right.
I got to honor God, number one.
That's right.
Let's read it.
So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I had fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before the Lord to be kept for your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did manna did eat manna 40 years until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is the 10th part of an ephah.
Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 18. 1 Samuel chapter 18. We're going to read a little bit about King David. We're going to read a little bit about King David and the ways of this man. The ways, his ways that drew God's attention towards him. His ways is what caused God to regard him and consider him. Huh?
Choose him.
And I noticed that once you are accepted of God, whatever you desire, God will give it to you. That's why he told King David, he said, if you ask for dust and nuts, whatever you wanted, he said, I would have gave you that. Because you pleased me that well. Let's read it.
And it came to pass, when he made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David.
The soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David. King David and Jonathan, he said, their soul, their spirit was one, interwoven, the same, one, which means they had like minds. What my father used to say, like minds attract. I said, like minds attract. You know what that means? You know what that means when it says like minds? We think the same. We walk the same. We move the same. Which means we view things the same. Huh? Birds of a feather flock together. Like spirits attract. Huh? I'm attracted to this. He's attracted to this. Whatever I'm attracted to, that person was attracted to. They're like one. Tom, see?
And Jonathan loved him as his own soul.
Jonathan loved him like his own soul, like himself. When you love a person like your own soul, you're not going to turn on that person. When you love a person like your own soul, what you don't like for yourself, you don't do to them. When you love a person according to your own soul, if you don't want it to be said to you, you don't say it to them. That's what we feel. The laws of God teach us that. The laws of God teach us that. I don't want no one stealing from me. So why do you go and steal from that person? You don't want to be condemned without no truth, without no proof. Then you don't condemn nobody if you don't have no proof. Come on, man. Let's read it.
And Saul took him that day and would let him go no more home to his father's house.
Say that again. Read that over.
And it came to pass when he made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Verse 2. And Saul took him that day and would let him go no more home to his father's house.
Saul took King David under the wing. He ain't allowed King David to go no more back to his father's house. Because remember, King David, he was the youngest one out of all his brothers. Look at the ways. Eldad, what's the eldest brother name? No, Shammah was like the third one. Shammah, one of King David's sons. What is Jesse's third son doing in the field when you have a younger brother? See the ways? The younger brother did the field work. The older brother ain't gonna go in the field, and the younger brother did. The older brother done did that already. That's the ways of God, man. And this is the way that the fathers dealt with the children. The youngest one did the work.
That's right.
Because you're the youngest one. King David was in the field. He didn't allow him to go back to his father because he kept him under the wing. Go ahead, read. And that was one of the laws that God said was going to happen. He said, the king going to take your sons to follow after him. He going to take your daughters to be confectionaries. He going to do this. He going to do this. He going to do this. And guess what? When he's doing all this, you going to complain about it. and you can't do nothing about it because you asked for a king. So now I'm giving it to you. You asked for it.
Then Jonathan and David made a covenant because he loved him as his own soul.
Uh-huh.
Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was upon him and gave it to David and his garments.
Jonathan stripped himself of the robe
that was upon him
that was upon him
and gave it to
He
David.
gave it to David, which means what? You think he took off that robe and was bare chest?
No, they got more than one robe on.
He had on more than one robe.
That's right.
He was able to take off one garment and got one underneath. He said, yo, here, hold that. Go ahead, read.
And his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. And David went out, whithersoever Saul sent him.
Wherever Saul sent him, he went. Loyal, man. King David was very loyal. Go ahead, read.
And behaved himself wisely.
Mm-hmm.
And Saul set him over the men of war, and he was accepted in the sight of all the people, and also in the sight of Saul's servants. It came to pass that they came when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, that the woman came out of all cities of Israel singing and dancing to meet King Saul with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. And the women answered one another as they played and said, Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s.
I heard a woman say this. Tabrets was what? Handheld drums. It's called toff. Gaveret Ora, an old ancient sister from back in the days. She said it. I ain't seen nobody argue with her. She said, I know, Red. She said, I ain't read nowhere in the book where they use drums.
That's right.
She said, everywhere where you read about toff, meaning drums, it was handheld drums like timbrels, little rings around, and you.
That's what tambourines come.
Yeah. You know where drums originated from? From Africa with Hamites, conjuring up spirits and invoking spirits. Let's read it.
And Saul was very wroth, and the saying displeased him.
Saul was very wroth, and the saying displeased him. Saul was tight. Why? He said, because, man, the people is giving more praises to him, and I'm the king. You think he ain't gonna feel away? He gonna feel away. Go ahead, read.
And he said, they have ascribed unto David 10,000.
10,000.
And to me they have ascribed but thousands. And what can he have more but the kingdom? And Saul eyed David that day, from that day and forward.
This is why the Hebrew language is very important. When you read it in the Hebrew, verse 9, it states, Wayihi Shaul Aom et David. And Saul, right? And Saul sinned against David. So now that tells you what? That Saul had an evil eye against David. That is the evil eye. What is the evil eye? Right? When you have evil in your heart, when you have evil in your heart, evil intent for people that have done you no wrong. The person ain't violate. Look, man, you see people today. You ask the man, yo, why are you moving that way against this person? What did he do? He can't answer it. I don't know. I don't know, son. I just don't like him. I don't like him. My spirit don't take him. Da, 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 da. And then you come up with excuses of why you doing what you're doing, and you can't, and then you justify yourself.
That's right. Justify yourself.
People like that, I gotta stay away from.
That's right.
Because guess what? I can't side with you on that.
I can't agree with you.
That's right.
I can't agree with you on that. I can't. And I won't. That's called an evil eye. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from God came upon Saul.
The evil spirit from God came upon Saul. So if an evil spirit came from God upon Saul, what do you think about today?
Okay. So
You don't think that man and woman, God can put an evil spirit on you and have you doing things contrary and opposite out of your mind because of what? Because we're sinful. Because of things that we do that's against God. So now God done conjured up and stirred up an evil spirit. Have you thinking off? Now you start thinking opposite. I start thinking that my son is going to rush in my room and kill me in my sleep. I get paranoid. When my son loves me, and he ain't going to kill me in my sleep.
So stop locking your door.
Why is that?
That was a straight shot. Man, give her a hug, man. Give her a hug. You better hug her, man. You better hug her. That's the evil spirit, man. That's the evil spirit. That's the evil spirit. Come see. And if King Saul had an evil spirit, we all can have an evil spirit from God. Easily. Tom see.
And he prophesied in the midst of the house. And David played with his hand as at other times. And there was a javelin in Saul's hand. And Saul cast the javelin, but he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it. And David avoided out of his presence twice.
Uh-oh. It said, and David what? Now say that. Wait, read that over again.
Verse 8. And Saul was very wroth, and the saying displeased him. And he said, they have described unto David 10,000s, and to me they have described but thousands. And what more can he have but the kingdom? And Saul eyed David from that day and forward. And it
Saul
came to
sinned
pass,
against David from that day forward.
And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from God came upon Saul.
And it came to pass that the evil spirit did what?
Came upon Saul from God.
Came upon Saul from God.
And he prophesied in the midst of the house. And David played with his hand, as at other times, and there was a javelin in Saul's hand. And
now, Saul, while David is playing that harp did wondrous things. Anytime King Saul had an evil spirit and they played the harp calmed them, and the evil spirit left. But at this time now, he's playing the harp. The javelin is in King Saul's hand. Go ahead, read. While he's playing the harp, he said, what Saul do?
And Saul cast the javelin, for he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it.
David, I will smite David even to the wall with it. Read. He won't kill him.
And David avoided out of his presence twice. And Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with him and was departing from Saul.
Saul was afraid of David. He was afraid of David because he was able to perceive that God is with him. He was able to perceive that this guy, he said, God is with him. And he has left off from me. God left off from him. But you know why? Because you didn't listen to the commandment of God. See, these people didn't violate the laws and the commandments of God. We need to realize this. These people did not violate these laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Most of the people violated straight commands. God gave them a command. Wipe out Agag, the Amalekites. Don't bring nothing back. No children, no babies, no nothing. Look, God said kill the babies. Which means we can't feel sorry for what God don't feel sorry for.
That's right.
Now we will go with God said kill the babies, but the babies is innocent. The baby's innocent. God said kill them. God said kill him. When God said kill him, all right, no problem. God said kill him, you gotta go. Sorry. We gotta realize something. When God says something, it's final. We think we're gonna have more mercy than God. You think you're gonna have more mercy and pity and compassion than God over his creation? I created that. I made that. Like you told Jonah. He said, you feel sorry for the gourd. You feel sorry for a gourd that you didn't even make. You didn't even create it. He said, I did that. He said, I caused the worm to go on that gourd and eat it so that what? That sun could beam on you. He said, man, he got mad at the gourd. Got mad, the sun beaming on him. Almost caught a heat stroke. So I woke up. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, Saul removed him from him and made him his captain over 1,000.
So,
And he went out and came in before the people. And David behaved himself wisely in all his ways.
David behaved himself wisely in everything that he did. Everything that he did, he used wisdom. Tom Sheet.
And the Lord was with him.
God was with him. Where you at?
Verse 15.
Let's read it.
Wherefore, when Saul saw that he behaved himself very wisely, he was afraid of him.
He was afraid of him.
But all Israel and Judah loved David because he went out and came in before them.
He went out, of course. Any man that go out, he's leading. He's a captain. I forgot how much people he led. But when you going out and you got a host behind you, and we going to war and you successful, the people that's coming behind you gonna love you. Yeah, you'll be able to send them out to do certain things for you, and you sit back because God, King Saul, don't put you as a head of a certain amount of people. Go ahead, read.
And Saul said to David, behold, my elder daughter Murmured, I will give thee to wife. Only be thou valiant for me and fight the Lord's battles. But Saul said, let not mine hand be upon him, but let the hand of the Philistine be upon him. And David said unto Saul, who am I?
Saul tried to set him up. Saul tried to set him up. He said, all right, I got something for him. He said, I'm going to tell him, I'm going to give him my daughter for a wife. But in order to get my daughter, I'm going to set something up for him. He said, let the hand of the Philistines be upon him. I don't want to touch him and do nothing to him. Go ahead, read.
And David said unto Saul, who am I? And what is my life or my father's family in Israel that I should be son-in-law to the king?
What verse you at?
19.
You hear that? He said, who am I that I should be son-in-law to the king? Do we get what David is saying? David was not proud-hearted. David didn't have pride in him to where he could stick it. I'm the king's son-in-law, and he stick his chest out and pace the floor like nobody. Like David didn't have that mindset. He always kept a humble spirit, and and the thing that stood out, he said, "Who am I that I should be the king's son-in-law?" Which means this is not something light. This is not something light. He said, and then, like you said, so I ain't worthy to be the king's son-in-law. He didn't look at himself as worthy. Go ahead, read.
But it came to pass at the time when Murmured, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, that she was given unto Adriel, the Meholathite, to wife. And Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David. And they told Saul that the thing pleased him. And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him.
King Saul knows his daughters, just like you know your children. This one is humble. He's this one. See, King David was a very humble man. Humility, that's what he had in him. And parents know their children. Parents know their sons. Parents know their daughters. They know who is who would do what, who wouldn't do this, who would do this over there, who will move this way, who will move that way. So King Saul knew his daughter. He said, well, Murmured was a good daughter. He said, but Michal, I'm gonna marry her to Michal so that she can be a snare to him, a trap, so she can entrap him. And when you're not serving God, and when your dedication is not towards God, you're a trap. The woman may trap the man, and the man may trap the woman. Because you had some women that had to run from men because the woman showed more dedication for God than the man. So she had to run from him and vice versa.
Wherefore Saul said to David, thou shalt this day be my son-in-law, in the one of the twain. And Saul commanded his servants, saying, commune with David secretly, and say, behold, the king had delight in thee, and all his servants loved thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And Saul's servant spake these words in the ears of David. David said, seemeth to you a light thing to be a king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man and lightly esteemed?
What verse you at?
I'm at 24.
Go ahead.
And the servants of Saul told him, saying, on this manner spake David. And Saul said, thus shall ye say to David, the king desireth not any dowry.
So I don't want no dowry. And a dowry was what? A gift of either property or something else. But that dowry was given only for virgins. That was a payment to marry a virgin daughter in Israel. That's the virtue and the value and the worth that was in that woman, which was what? A virgin. She has never been touched by a man. She ain't never been touched. She ain't never been kissed. She ain't never been hugged. She ain't never been fondled. She ain't never been none of that. She has kept to herself until she found her true husband. And when they break up, she didn't go find a new love. She stayed to herself until another man wants her to be her husband. Because when you had sex, you might as well forget about the girlfriend. There ain't no girlfriend thing here. That's your wife. You shacking up, right? You having sex, right? Do you have the means to take care of this woman? So if you don't have the means to take care of this woman, then why are you screwing? Right. Why are you having sex if you don't have the means to take care of a woman? You don't have no way to put her. You got to be situated in life so that when you get married, I could just move her in. Beds is set up, furniture all over the place, food, everything is set up. All you got to do is live and maintain the house. Maintain the house. I'll go to work, I break my back, I come home to a clean house, dinner's made, the things is clean, everything's done in the house with the kids. You just make sure you foot the bills and pay everything. And then guess what? A woman's job is never ended. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta take her out to give her a break. Because sometimes it's too much. Yeah, today you find women that is too much and they need a break. Need to relax. You know what? Hey, Sister Yakobe, come on over. I need you to come here, watch these kids, do everything for me. Hey, me and my rib. Me and my rib, we gonna be out. You show your rib a good time. You gotta do that sometimes. Cheer her up. Make her happy. Make her laugh. Bring back the old days. The former days. Mm-hmm.
Thus you shall say to David, the king desireth not any dowry.
The king desireth not any dowry.
But 100 foreskins of the Philistines.
100 foreskins. Ain't that something? So now King David got to go amongst the ranks of the Philistines and bring back 100 foreskins to marry his daughter. Ain't that something?
You got to win the battle.
You know what that is? He's not fighting a host. He got to sneak. Snatch one, grab him, kill him, cut his foreskin. You got to sneak. Catch another one, drag him, pull him in, kill him, circumcise him. You know what that is? David was a bad man. And he pulled it off.
Guerrilla tactics.
He pulled it off. Let's read.
But 100 foreskins of the Philistines to be avenged of the king's enemies. But Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. And when his servants told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law. And the days were not expired. Wherefore David arose, he and his men, and slew of the Philistines 200 men. And David brought their foreskins, and they gave them in full tale to the king, that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him Michal, his daughter, to wife. And Saul saw and knew that the Lord was with David, and that Michal, Saul's daughter, loved him. And Saul was yet the more afraid of David.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's cut that, and let's go to Proverbs 13. Proverbs chapter 13. Right? Okay, I mean,
A wise son heareth his father's instruction.
a wise son heareth his father's instructions. That's what makes you wise.
That's right.
When you're hearkening to the instructions of your father.
That's right.
What is instructions? Instructions in the Hebrew is musad. Musad, right? Musad means reproof, reprimand, ethics, chastisement. What is reproof? We're going to go through all these words so we can understand and get a clear understanding of what this means, right? Reproof means what? Criticism for fault, right? You're going to hear it. You're going to get criticized for the fault when you are at fault, right? Now, when you criticize, you consider the good and the bad. But I notice when we do our criticism, we only focus on the bad. And we forget about the good. We forget about the good. We forget about the good so quick that we have to say, hey, hold up, man. I ain't that evil. You forgot what I did here. You forgot I did this here. You forgot I did that over here. And then was it for me, this and this what took place? Which means what? You the one that's evil. The same person that's doing the criticism, you doing the evil because you can't find it in your heart to acknowledge both sides. Right. It's not only evil. The person also brought good and did good. So when you're doing the criticism and when you're doing the reproof, you have to consider both sides, good and the bad. Just don't focus on the evil. All right? We got to learn to judge the matter righteously. Reprimand. Reprimand is what? A formal reproof. Some reprimands, you got to do it formally. Formally meaning you got to speak on it. Make a announcement. I got an announcement. This brother here did so and so and so and so, this and this and this. I can't accept it because God don't accept it. The next one is what? Ethics. Ethics is what? Moral principles that governs a person's behavior or the conducting of activities. Right? Ethics is a set of moral principles and values. Right? It takes self-discipline to follow that. You have to have self-discipline within yourself to follow these ethics. What ethics? The ethics that is set up according to what God says. According to what the Creator says. Right? Go ahead, read.
A wise son heareth his father's instruction.
A wise son heareth his father's instruction.
But a scorner heareth not rebuke.
A scorner heareth not rebuke. Right. The word for scorner is letz, lamed zadeh. Right? It means a jester or a buffoon. A jester is one that taunts. Taunts. Let's look up taunt. Let's find out what taunt means. Right? A buffoon, or you can look in your dictionary. Right? I mean your phone. A buffoon is what? A ridiculous, amusing person. A ridiculous, amusing person. Right? So now, we're going to look up taunt. What?
That's a comedian.
We're going to look up taunt. When you taunt a person, I got it. A remark made in order to make you angry. Right. A remark made to wound you, to hurt you. A remark made to provoke you. Right. Oh, I ain't doing that to you, but you're saying these words to get under his skin. You're throwing it in the air so he can catch it. It was directed to that person. We do these things. And these are ways that we need to stop doing to gain some type of recognition from God. Nobody taunted nobody in here. If I had a problem, I didn't throw nothing in the air for you to catch. If I had a problem with you, God said, take your problem and your troubles to your neighbor. It may be not so.
Okay.
Ain't that something?
Okay.
Which God said, don't you go on in your life thinking that it's this way when it's not that way.
Right.
Golly,
man.
golly. Don't walk out of here thinking it's this way when it's not that way. You know why? Because you refuse to take the problem to this person and ask them. Can I talk to you for a minute? And everybody ain't got to be around. I said, can I talk to you for a minute? Come on inside here. I feel that this and this and this and this.
Yo, John, you put
And
my
then-
seat on fire. Stop, bro.
I feel that this and this and this and this and this. Right? And then after you say that, you know, I come to you, I said, nah, dog. I said, it ain't like that, man. I ain't mean that towards you.
No,
And then I explain myself, and I explain. It's not like that. You don't think like that. And that's how most problems will get solved, and very little will happen. Why? Because God solves all problems. The Lord solves the problems. Once we follow this is the problem solver. Go ahead.
But a scorner heareth not rebuke.
But a scorner, a person that do these things, ain't going to accept rebuke. He's not going to accept when someone tell him that he's at fault. When you're wrong. And you know why? That person can accept when he's wrong because he ain't just.
Okay.
You know why that person can accept when he's wrong? Because he ain't upright. You know why that person can accept when he's wrong? Because he don't have a conscience. He don't have a conscience. Let's read. What's that? What verse we at?
Verse 2, a man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth.
The man or a man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth. Don't you eat good after you finish working and you get that check? Now I can go buy food. I could go make some baked macaroni. Some brothers can't eat their food without baked macaroni. He's sitting in the house right now. Love him some baked macaroni. What? Look, all you gotta have is a pan of baked macaroni in there. And that man don't need nothing else. I ain't never seen nobody that love. I ain't never seen nobody that love baked macaroni like that. Pasta. It is on a daily basis. Then you go buy whatever you want. Why you always eating it? Well, I work for it, brother. I went to work. I got paid. And this is what I want. This is what delights me. Remind me of Isaac. Isaac said, Isaac's on his deathbed and he's blind. He's laid up on his bed. He's laid up. He said, look, man. He said, I don't know the day of my death, Esau. Called Esau. He said, I need you to make me some venison. He said something savory meat that I love. He said, I love that. That's my favorite dish. And most of the time, when a person is at his deathbed, they want the things that they taste buds starts to crave. They starts to crave certain things. They know they're about to go. He said, man, you know what, man? He said, I don't know how much time I got. I don't know how much time I got, man. He said, you know what? I need this, this, and this, and this. Sometimes the father calls his sons and give them instructions. On personal instructions. I need you to continue doing this. I need you to start doing this.
Don't let this happen.
Don't forget this. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. Don't allow this to happen. Look out for that one.
Sometimes you say, give me the word.
Give me your word. Put your hand on my thighs and swear it to me.
That's right. That's right. That's how it goes.
Let's read.
You gotta respect that. But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence.
But the soul of the transgressor. Wait a minute. What verse is that?
2, second part.
Okay. But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence. Huh? Now, the word for transgressor is by God. The word for garment is beged, which means the garment covers your treachery.
That's right.
Bagad also means treachery.
That's right.
Your garment covers the treachery that is in you.
That's right. That's right.
Your garment covers your filth that is in you.
That's right.
That's what the garment does. It has an effect on your spirit.
That's right.
Okay? Now the word for transgressor is bagad. Bagad means treacherous. And when you're treacherous, it means guilty of betrayal. What is betrayal? Betray. Betray means to fail or desert. Huh? In time or need. You're not there when I need you. I needed you the most right now, and you betrayed me. You deserted. You left.
Right.
We betray our parents.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I said children betray their parents.
That's right.
You know why children betray your parents? Because you have gained a wise decision
That's right.
to move thousands of miles away from your mother and your father, and your parents need you here.
Right.
Hear it.
That's right. You hear that?
Yeah, say it again. Huh? You hear that?
You hear that?
Yeah.
To desert means to abandon a person or a cause. To abandon a
Oh
person
my God.
or a cause. What was the cause? Listen, hey Shama, it's my father talking. He said, Shama, he said, whatever you do, I said, I want you to keep this going. That's the cause.
That's right.
I can't abandon this.
No.
I can't stop this.
No.
Because my father will stab me in his grave. From his grave, he's going to start rolling. Why? Because I done abandoned the cause. Can't abandon this. Whatever I do, we must continue this.
That's right. Keep it going.
Nothing can stop.
Nothing can stop this.
Nothing can get in the way.
Nothing can get in the way.
That's right.
He said to abandon a person or a cause in a way considered disloyal. So before I become loyal to God, I got to show loyalty to what's in front of me. I got to show loyalty to my mother. I got to show loyalty to my father.
That's right.
By actions.
That's right.
By actions.
That's right.
By actions.
That's right.
So guess what? Now you can determine who have more loyalty in them than some.
Right.
Now you can tell me who got more loyalty than some.
Yeah.
You got some that is more loyal than some.
That's
You
right.
got some that wouldn't dare go nowhere.
That's right.
Why? Because I gotta be here for certain people. To where certain people will say, well, you know what, man, I gotta get this bread. Hey, mama, hey, papa, I see you later, man. I'll be right back. Stay away for 6 months, then come back. There's no loyalty in you.
That's right.
Certain movements is
You hear that?
Certain movements is out of the question.
Can't make that move.
Let's read it.
He that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life.
He that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life. You're not gonna say the wrong thing that's gonna bring death to you. You can say certain things,
There's a word that will bring that.
and it's gonna bring death to you. Read.
But he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction.
Where you at?
I'm at 4 now.
He that openeth wide his lips. You done said the wrong thing. You're running your mouth. You're talking and you're running your mouth, and you done said the wrong thing. Now I gotta push your wig back. Because now you done offended God and you said some things. Now God got to push your wig back. Because you said things to blaspheme God. You said things against God. Go ahead, read.
The soul of the sluggard desireth and hath nothing.
The soul of the sluggard. Who's the sluggard? The sluggard is the lazy man.
That's right.
He's lazy as hell. He don't want to do nothing. He don't want to work. He ain't got nothing going on. He just lay up and nothing happening. He said the sluggard does what?
Desire it.
He desire it. He's always in want. But what? He ain't got nothing.
And have nothing.
And have nothing.
But the
Read.
soul of the diligent shall be made fat.
Okay. What is the diligent? Who is the diligent? The diligent, the word for diligent is karutzim. Karutzim, right? It means diligent. Diligent means to be determined. Determined means to be sharp, right? When you're determined, you're quick to notice, hear, understand, or react to things quick. You don't take your time.
Right.
Huh? You don't take your time. We don't take your time on it. So when you violate, when you find out these laws and these commandments that we are supposed to be living accordingly, you don't take your time with it. You don't take your time with it. You move on it like yesterday. Tom C.
A righteous
bad.
man hateth lying, but a wicked man is
All
loathsome.
right, what verse is that?
Father.
A righteous man hated lying. In the Hebrew, it states, Dibar shekwed yisna zadik. A righteous man hated a lying word or a lying matter. A righteous man. If you're righteous, you're going to hate a lying matter, a matter that was built on lies.
Right.
You're going to hate these words that this person is talking and it's all lies. You're going to despise it.
The man hated lying.
You're going to despise it. Tom C.
But a wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame.
A wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame. What is the word for loathsome? In the Hebrew, is ba'ash. Beit aleph shin. Ba'ash means foul, right? Foul. Offensive to the senses. Hated, unpleasant, or distressing, right? Now, a person offensive to the senses is extremely unpleasant, repellent. A person offensive to the senses is repellent. A person offensive to the senses drives people away, push people away by the way you is,
That's right.
right? Repulsive. A person offensive to the sensitive is repulsive, which means he stirs up intense things, stirs up arguments, stirs up intense disgust. You stir things up. Tom Sheet.
Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the right way. But
Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way. The righteousness that you have in you is what guides you. The good that I have in me is what guided me and keep me walking in that straight and narrow path. Right? Tom Sheet, he said, but wickedness overthroweth the sinners. Wickedness, right now, overthroweth the sinners. Saleh means perverted. Wickedness will pervert you. Wickedness will cause you to be crooked. So because of the wickedness that I have in me, I'm going to continue to be more perverted. Perverted means what? To change from the original that God has set. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Tom Sheet.
There is that maketh him rich, yet have nothing. There is that maketh himself
What
poor.
verse you at?
7.
Okay, go ahead.
There that maketh himself rich, yet hath nothing.
There is that making himself rich. You fronting like you got it, but you ain't got it.
That's right.
Go
That's
ahead.
right. That's right.
There is that maketh himself poor, yet hath great
Yeah,
riches.
this guy here, he fronting like he poor, and he act like he ain't got it, but he got it. Tom Sheet.
The ransom of a man's life are his riches,
Uh-huh.
but the poor heareth not rebuke.
Uh-huh.
The light of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out.
Uh-huh.
Only by pride cometh contention.
Only by pride cometh this contention. We understand that? Only by pride, by your pride, is what stirred up the argument. Your pride is what caused this whole argument. Because you can't take certain things being said to you. So because it's said to you, you feel it shouldn't be said to you when the person that said it is right. Right? A well-advised person acts in wisdom. Huh? Take heed to wise counsel. Proper deliberation is the act of thinking about or discussing something and deciding carefully. You just don't move on things without doing that. You don't move on things without discussing about it. You don't move on things before you start. You have a deciding, when you decide a complete this when you have decided a final decision, and you can't have a final decision just thinking about it on your own. No, I can't have a final decision on my own. I gotta consult. I have to consult advice. I gotta go to certain to see if I'm making the right move, because sometimes we make moves, but it's the wrong move. And the move I done made, you think is right, but it jams me in the long run. It seems right, but it jammed me in the long run. It feels right, but it jammed me in the long run. Tom, see?
Only by pride cometh contention, but with the well advised is wisdom.
Go ahead.
Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished.
Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished. You're going to lose it. You're going to lose it. Huh? Tom, see?
But he that gathereth by labor shall increase.
Uh-huh.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick. What is the hope? Your expectations, right? Deferred means delayed. When you put off for later. Huh? When you put certain things off, certain things you can't put off. Certain things needs to be moved on right away. Immediately. Go ahead, read.
But when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life.
Uh-huh.
Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed, but he that feareth the commandment shall be rewarded.
Whoso despiseth the word. What word? The word of God. He said, shall suffer pain. Tom, see?
But he that heareth the commandment shall be rewarded.
But he that heareth the commandment shall be rewarded. He that heareth the commandment shall be complete. He that heareth, the word for that rewarded is shulam. It says, he that heareth, he that feareth the commandment shall be complete, shall be whole, shall be at peace. Tom, see?
The law of the wise is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death.
Uh-huh.
Good understanding giveth favor, but
Uh-huh.
the way of transgressors is hard.
Good understanding, give it favor. Huh? Give it favor. He said, but the way of transgressors is hard. The word for hard is ein aleph yod tau nun. Tan. It means perennial. Perennial means lasting or existing for a long time. Transgressions don't change for the better. They remain the same. They remain the same. They don't change. They remain the same way. If you don't have the mindset to change or do better with God, you are going to remain the same. You're going to keep the same mindset. You're going to keep the same behavior patterns. Everything about you is going to remain the same. This is why it's very important to read this book. It's very important to read this book because we have to realize that we cannot remain the same. We are not supposed to be the same person from 10 years before to now. Like I said last night, I was talking to my mom. I said, Ma, I ain't the same man 15 years before. Told my mother that. I ain't the same man 10 years before. I'm not. And we all got to say that. Why? Because we all supposed to be climbing that ladder to get better with God. Not to get better with people. We have to get better with God first before I can be better with people.
That's right.
You get better with God, now I'm better with people. I deal with people better because I'm better with God.
That's a fact. Yes.
Because I'm better with God. So that's the first stage of being better or treating people right. Get your act right with God first. And by you getting your act right with God, his laws will cause you to deal with people in a formal, good manner. Go ahead.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge. What is prudent? Prudent is a man that what? Governs and disciplines oneself. So when a man governs and disciplines himself, he corrects himself. He's on top of himself. He acknowledges his fault before God. I acknowledge and I recognize that I was wrong. Tom, see?
But a fool layeth open his folly.
What verse you at?
17. I just read 16 and then 17.
Okay, every prudent man dealing with knowledge, but a fool lay open his folly. Huh? Dealing with knowledge. You only speak on what you know, what you experienced in, or what you studied. Huh? You only speak on what you know, experienced, or what you study. Not off of speculations, your mind, intuition. All those things could be wrong, and it could be right. So we can't judge matters off of that. It's always in the air. Like I was watching a Country Wayne skit. Country Wayne. So you had two women there. You had Ro, and the man and another man's woman. So her husband went out and she found condoms in his bag. So it was in the Magnums has 3 packs. She only found 2. So she's speaking to Ro about it. She said, Ro, I don't know what to do. She said, I was going through Charles' bag and I found 2 Magnums, but 1 is missing. You know what Ro told her? She said, well, you can't go off of speculations. She said, that's still not enough proof that the man was having sex with another woman. You got to get more evidence. She said, but the evidence is right there. No. Not because it's in his bag, meaning it was his or he was using it. It could have got, you don't know how it got there. Do y'all use condoms? No. And this is a heathen woman. But she's an older woman with grades. She's an older woman with grades.
Experience.
With wisdom and experience, and that's been through it. So she knows. So that's what she was telling her.
Giving her good advice.
But I say that as a good example. That's an excellent example, Tom Sheep.
Verse 17. A wicked messenger falleth into mischief.
A wicked messenger falleth into mischief. Yes, you're evil and you're wicked, so you're going to fall into the same thing that you're about. Right? Go ahead.
But a faithful ambassador
is health. Ambassador is what?
It's health.
Where you at? It's health. The word for health, a faithful ambassador is reliable. Their work is valuable and of great benefit to others. A faithful ambassador, that's what a faithful ambassador is. He's reliable, he's valuable, he's worthy, and he benefit others. He's a benefit to other people. Tom C.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuseth instruction.
But
he that regardeth reproof shall be honored. The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul. I done accomplished what I wanted. I'm at peace now. Sweet to the soul, read.
But it is abomination to fools to depart from evil. He that walketh with wise men shall be wise.
He that walketh with wise men, you're going to be wise because you're going to suck. You're going to suck. You're going to hear a lot of wise things coming from these men, from these wise men's mouth. Tom She.
He that walketh with wise men shall be wise. But a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Evil pursueth sinners.
Evil pursueth sinners. And vice versa. Sinners pursues evil. They go after both. It correlates. It's a match. It's a match. Kataim tire death la'ah. Sinners pursue evil. But to the righteous,
good shall be repaid.
but to the righteous good shall be repaid. Tamshi.
A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children,
To his children's children. That's right.
and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just.
Uh-huh.
Much food is in the tillage of the poor, but there is that destroy for want of judgment.
Go to Psalms chapter 25. Got it?
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. I'm crying to you, O God, and I'm letting it all out. Crying to God. Go ahead, read.
O my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed.
Oh Lord, I trust in you. Please don't cause me to be ashamed. Huh? What do you mean by be ashamed? Feeling of shame. When you have strong regrets of the wrong that you did to God and man. That's shame.
Yep.
Most people don't have that. Most people don't have that guilt in them. When they do something wrong to people, they don't feel guilty of the things that they did. When you do things against God, which we all have done and still do, we listen. When we wake up in the morning, our mind frame, we're supposed to have that guilty spirit on us every day of our life. Every day of our life till we die, we're supposed to have that guilty spirit on us. We are always at fault in the eyes of God because we are violating these laws and sinning against God presumptuously. And the only way we can rectify it is by you feeling guilty. When you feel guilty about something, you got to rectify it. You got to fix that.
That's a fact.
You're going to fix it. But when a person don't have that guilty conscience, that feeling, you ain't going to rectify nothing. You're going to keep walking on in life and going on in life like you ain't did no wrong. Like you correct in the eyes of God. Like you right in the eyes of God. These type of people point their fingers at other people. You're wrong. Why you doing this? But what about you? What you did? What have you done? You also have been wrong. You also have violated.
You still
So why you act like you just some goody two-shoe type of person? And then the person that's pointing the finger, the same look, man, go ahead, read.
Oh my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Let not mine enemies triumph over
Don't
me.
cause my enemies to rejoice over me. Don't cause my enemies to triumph over me. Tamshi.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed.
Let none that wait on thee be ashamed.
Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Yeah, let none that wait on thee be transgress without cause, right? Transgress without cause, right? Bogdim requam, rekram, right? You know what that means? Let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed that transgress in vain. When you sin in vain, he said, let those type of people be ashamed.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Show me thy ways, O God, because if God don't show you his ways, we ain't gonna learn, we ain't gonna know nothing. We ain't gonna know it. We need God to open our eyes to the things in this book so that we can go on in life better, to better ourselves with God, right? When God show you his ways, he directs and guides towards the right and correct way.
Right way.
You know what remind me of that?
Show you.
You know what remind me of that? Cain and Abel. The offerings and the sacrifices, the order of the offerings was not set up yet. The offerings did not get set up until later on, years down the line in Leviticus, when God said the offerings shall be of blood and fat. The offerings wasn't set up yet. But God, because God have accepted Abel and he did not accept Cain, he directed Abel towards sending up blood and fat and the cattle and the sheep, blood and fat. But Cain was not accepted by God, so he was directed towards sending up fruits. But God did not accept his offering because he wasn't accepted. He guided Abel towards the right thing. He accepted Abel's offering because Abel was accepted. Now, the only way to know that God accepted this offering was only one way. Anytime they set up an offering,
Fire.
God sent fire from heaven and sucked up the whole offering.
That's how you accept them.
So Abel got a reaction, but Cain didn't get no reaction. So from that time forward, Cain was angry. His countenance fell and he typed. Why? Because they was able to perceive when God was against them. We can't tell that now. We don't know now.
That's right.
I don't know right now how God feel about me.
That's right.
You don't know how God right now feel about you. But that's why we got to live our lives accordingly. So that you can say, man, I know I'm good. Why? Because you know according to how you live. You know that what you're doing, you are covering all aspects, covering all corners, and you on yourself. So now I know God is pleased with me because I'm covering all corners, using with those laws. I'm covering everything. I know I'm good. Huh?
Yeah.
Now, towards the right and correct way, not allowing you to follow your own wanton ways. So when God's showing you his ways, he's not going to allow you to follow your own ways. He's not going to allow you to do the things that please you, because the things that please me and you, it's not right with God. It's not right with God. In Isaiah 55 verse 7, you know what it says? You know what it says? He said, let the wicked forsake his ways. Wait a minute. He said, let the wicked forsake his ways, which means when we are coming towards or turning towards God, we have to forsake our filthy ways. But before you forsake your filthy ways, I got to recognize and say my ways is filthy with God. You got to condemn that. You can't walk around and say, I'm a good man or a good woman. My ways is clean. No, your ways ain't clean.
It ain't.
Because it ain't comparable to God's ways. So before I change and clean my ways, I have to acknowledge that I have filthy ways.
That's right.
And that's why people don't change.
That's
They have a problem acknowledging that they are filthy and they need to change.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the righteous, it says, let the wicked forsake his ways, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. Those thoughts that's formulated in your mind, that's against God, forsake it.
Right.
You can't continue to think that way.
Let's say it again, John.
I said you can't continue to think that way.
That's right.
You know what teaches you to think? Read the book. The book tells you how to think. I said the book programs you and tell you how to think.
That's right.
But you done told yourself you don't need to be programmed.
You don't need to go.
I ain't trying to program you. No, I don't want to program you. I'm not a tyrant. I just want you to program yourself according to what God said.
That's right.
And then we'll be programmed together.
Yeah,
We will have the same microchip.
That's
My chip that's in my brain will be the same chip as yours
That's
because
what
we
we
hold the
programmed.
same
Same
information.
information, same data.
Because we hold the same data.
Yeah,
And
Negro.
that's when you and me have the like mind. Like minds attract.
Yeah.
We're thinking the same because we're both thinking on one thing: the laws, the commandments, the statutes, and the ways of God.
Yeah.
Read the book.
Yeah, Negro.
Read the book. He said, it says, let the wicked forsake his ways, the unrighteous man his thoughts. The only way to do that is by reading the book with a willing heart to change. Then you will learn the ways of the Creator and the way he thinks. But when you read the book, you gotta desire it. You gotta have a willing heart. You can't be doing it because I'm just trying to do it just because. Huh? Go ahead, Tom Sheet. We're at verse 5, right? Oh,
Verse 4.
Go ahead, Tom.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Teach me thy paths.
Teach me thy paths.
Lead me in the truth and teach me.
Mm-hmm.
For thou art the God of my salvation.
Mm-hmm.
On thee do I wait all the day.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindness, for they have been ever of old.
That's right, Tom. See.
Remember not the sins of my youth,
Remember not the sins of my youth.
nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou
You see
me.
what King David asked God? He said, don't, please don't remember the sins that I did in my past. That's what we need to be asking God. Because the same sins that I did before is still riding me. And these are the things, see, the iniquities, we can't see it. We can't see sin. We can't see iniquities. That's why it only affects one thing. It affects your spirit. When we sin against God, we affect and blemish our spirit. And when your spirit becomes blemished, it leaves an opening. It leaves an opening for more negative things to enter in. Tamshi.
Good and upright is the Lord, therefore will he teach sinners in the way.
Good and upright is the Lord.
Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment.
Okay, good and upright. Tob where Yashad. Tob is good, Yashad is upright. What is good? Good is being agreeable with God. So when you don't agree with God, you are not good. When you don't accept God, what God said, you are not good. Why we tell people they ain't good, but the person that you're saying is not good, agree with God? You know why? Because they're not good in your eyes. And I'm not agreeing with what you say. And I don't bend to the way the world is. That mindset of the world. And we judge matters according to the mindset of the world. That worldly mindset. But to change your mindset, you got to read the book. Because you may be judging the matter, you're saying the person is wrong, but when you read the book, God never said that person is wrong for doing that particular thing. Right? Upright means straight, honest, upright, just. We got to stop calling good evil and stop calling evil good. You got to stop that. To be just means what? Conforming and adapting oneself. Those are two important words. To conform means to agree. To adapt means to get used to it. Get used to it. Your spirit ain't used to it, you got to get used to it. You're not gonna adapt to something by staying away. You're not gonna adapt to sitting in these chairs for 3 and 4 hours listening to the word of God by staying away. Because the love comes in time. Then after coming for a long period of time, then in time you will begin to love coming on and congregating on Sabbath. You can't wait. You're yearning for the Sabbath to come because you have time engraved in. So I can't look at this person and get mad at them because they just started. They're just learning the ways of God. And their spirit is not taking this yet because it takes time. I have to have patience with this person. I gotta have patience with him because he's just learning. And he's gonna be fidgety and nervous and going and coming and restless. And why are we sitting here so long? That's the spirit bucking. But you gotta have patience. And in having patience, you gotta fight too. You gotta break that spirit. I'm trying to have patience with you, but you ain't breaking your spirit to adapt to what God says. To adapt is to change your thoughts, change your thinking pattern in order to deal with the circumstances. You hear that deep meaning?
Deal with it.
You hear that deep meaning? He said to adapt is to change the way you think so that I can deal with certain circumstances. Because the way you think is how you're going to deal with this matter.
Right.
You got to change the way you think first so that you can deal with certain matters according to what God said. Tom Sheep.
The meek will he guide in judgment.
Wait a minute. The meek will he guide in judgment. They're always talking about the meek. And the meek, what does meek mean? Submit yourself to the will of God. That's meekness. That's meekness. Tom Sheep.
And the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto
The
such,
ways of God is mercy and truth.
unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies.
Mm-hmm.
For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity.
For thy name's sake, O Lord, for your laws, for your name's sake, O God, do what?
Pardon mine iniquity.
Pardon my iniquities.
For it is great.
For it is great.
What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose.
Mm-hmm.
His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth.
Mm-hmm.
The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant.
What verse you at?
Man, 15.
Uh-huh.
Mine eyes are ever towards the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon my affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms 119. Got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of
Blessed
the Lord.
are the undefiled in the way. Blessed are the undefiled in the way. Right? What is undefiled? All right, let's go. All right. What does bless mean? To bless means what? To speak good about. To speak gratefully of. To grant prosperity and happiness upon. So we have to watch what we speak good about. Because we may be speaking about something good, speaking good about something that hates. We may be speaking good about something that God hates and despises, right? He said, blessed are the undefiled. What are the undefiled? Who are the undefiled? The undefiled in the Hebrew, it says temimeh. Temimeh means blessed are the innocent, complete, faultless, whole. Now, whole is what? A person in his full nature includes your ways of thinking, the way you think, the way you feel, and your actions. Certain things, certain ways that we feel, certain things, situations that we feel, our feelings stirs up about, we shouldn't be feeling that way for it. We shouldn't be feeling that way for it because God is against that. Or we shouldn't be feeling that way for it because God accepted. Either or. So we got to watch and be careful of how we feel about certain things that God hates or loves or accepts. Tom Sheep.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies, and that seek him with the whole heart.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with his whole heart. Now back in Isaiah 66, it says, he that burneth incense. He that burneth incense is what? Is as if he blessed an idol. The word for incense is lebona. It means frankincense. Right? It means frankincense. And incense was only burnt during the sacrifices. They didn't burn incense anywhere else, only for sacrifices dedicated to God. If you had burned incense anywhere else, they looked at you and said, well, listen, so you must be burning these incense to deities and idols. You serving another God and they're going to kill you. Right? Idol. He said, he that burneth incense as if he blessed an idol. The word for idol is aweng. It means injustice. Injustice, right? Lack of fairness, an unjust act. It also means iniquity. It also means evil. Go ahead, read.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek God wholeheartedly. 100%. And that's the only way we will be accepted by God. We have to seek God 100%, not halfway, not 3/4. That's look at Joshua and Caleb. He said only these two is going to make it in the land. He said because these two guys follow me wholly. He said the rest of you guys going to die in the wilderness. He said I'm going to kill every last one of you. Because you guys came back, I sent you guys out for spies to spy out the land, and you brought back an evil report. You brought back an evil report. And they Joshua and Caleb tried to steal the people. He said, wait, hold up, man. Hold up. He said, these people are bread for us.
That's right.
Let's go and take over. God has delivered them in our hands. And they kept going, and they kept going, and they kept going. You know what God said? He said, all right. He said, these people don't believe me. He said, now I'm going to body every last one of you dudes in this wilderness. I'm going to kill every one of y'all in the wilderness. You're not going nowhere. So guess what happened? We wandered around the whole wilderness, ran around in circles until that evil generation died out. Until that evil generation died out. Then after the evil generation died out, then he took the people into the land. He said, your seed. He said, you the same one you said going to get devoured? He said, I'm going to bring them in. I'm going to bring them in. Well, guess what? The evil seed was still sown in their children. The evil seed was still sown in their children, and they increased in the sins of their fathers. Got into the land. The elders died, Joshua died, and this the same seed that he brought in rejected God. Let's read.
They also do no iniquity.
They also do no iniquity.
They walk in his ways.
They walk in his ways. Who don't do iniquity? Huh? Blessed are they that keep his testimony and seek him with the whole heart. So with a person that seek God with the whole heart, wholeheartedly, you're not going to sin. You're going to walk in his ways. Right? Iniquity is in awela, means injustice. Violation of the rights of others, unfairness, and unjust act. Unfairness is being partial. It also means what? To favor one more than the other. To favor one more than the other. Which means what? It don't say you can favor him if he's my daughter. It don't say you can favor him if he's my son. You can't. It don't say you can favor him if he's my brother. No. Because righteousness don't have sides. Once you're wrong, according to what God said, I cannot side with you. Can't be partial. Now, what is wrong? Not correct or true. Right? What is correct? Free from error. In accordance with facts or truth. Conforming to an approved standards. Conforming and agreeing with facts. That's when you're correct. You got to be able to conform and agree with facts. If it ain't facts and you have no proof, why do you agree to it? Why you agree with it? Why are you conforming? When you are walking in the ways of God, you follow a certain course or procedure that is set up by our forefathers. Those are the course and the procedures that we follow. The course and the procedure is set up by our ancient forefathers that we read in the book. The Most High was strictly against following, doing anything like the other nations. Anything like the other nations.
Anything and everything.
That's why he gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us, to separate us from the nations round about. Tamshi.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes.
What verse you at?
Verse 6.
Okay.
Then shall I not be ashamed.
Then shall I not be ashamed. Again, there goes that word ashamed. It means embarrassed or feeling guilt because of one's actions. Huh? Which means I'm going to do the things that is accepted by God So I don't have to feel shamed or be ashamed of my own actions. Those are the ways of righteous men. Are we ashamed of our actions that we have done against God and man? Do we feel guilt when we do things against God and man? Do we? Or are we wrong and strong and walk around and tell you, oh, you just got to deal with it. Well, I did it, like you some tough. That don't make you tough, man. That don't make you tough. Let's read.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart, when I shall have learned thy righteous judgment.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. Tamshi.
I will keep thy
Wait,
statutes.
hold up. Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. The word for respect, it means nabat. It means to regard. When you regard all of God's laws, what happens? It's a feeling. It's a feeling. It's a feeling start to stir up in you. It's a feeling of respect and affection. Attachment. Affection is attachment. You begin to get attached to God. You begin to get attached to God. And when you begin to get attached to God, you are attached to his laws.
Word.
Okay, Tamshi.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly.
He said, I will stay where you at. He said, I will praise thee with an upright heart. What is an upright heart? An upright heart is means just, conscientious, and scrupulous. Scrupulous means very concerned to avoid doing wrong against God. You're concerned and you're on point with yourself so that I don't offend God. Conscientious is a feeling of obligation to make right that which was done wrong. Just means conforming to a standard of what is correct by God. Okay, let's read it. Verse 7. Go back to verse 7. Go, verse 8. Verse 8.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly.
Uh-huh.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways. How can a man cleanse his ways? How can a woman clean her ways? To clean is yizakeh, means to attain or to gain. How can you gain or attain the ways of God? Huh? How can you clean your ways, right? Go ahead, read.
By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
By taking heed to the word of God. Tamshi.
With my whole heart have I sought thee.
With my whole heart have I sought thee. The word for sought is darash, right? Darash means to seek, and it also means to resort, right? To resort means the action of turning to and adopting a course of action, especially a disagreeable or desirable one. Ain't that something? That's deep. Because that's called for training. You're training yourself and you're ruling your spirit because you're sitting here trying to make your spirit accept this. That's what that means when you're seeking God. Because when you're seeking God, you're not going to agree with everything. You're not going to like everything because you wasn't raised that way. You wasn't shown this. So when you're finally being shown the ways of God, you got to rule your spirit and make your spirit accept this.
You hear that? You hear that?
You got to make your spirit accept this, right? It said the action of turning to and adopting.
That's right.
What is adopting? Adopting means accepting something foreign to one's nature.
That's right.
This is foreign to your nature.
That's right. That's right.
It's foreign to you. Because I haven't been raised this way. That's why I say you got to be patient with certain people that's just coming into knowledge of the Creator. Tamshi.
10.
Now, go ahead. What verse you at? 10, right? Go ahead.
With my whole heart have I sought thee. Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
Let me not wander from your commandments. Tashgeni. Tashgeni means to wander. Tashgani means to stray away. Tashgani means to err. To err means to violate and accepted standards. Now I am wandering away from God. Yes, I'm wandering away from God. Verse 11.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee.
Thy word have I hid in my heart. I didn't forget your law. I didn't forget your law. I kept your law in my mind. I didn't forget it. And because I kept your law in my mind, I'm not going to violate. Tamshi.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts. And
I will meditate in thy precepts. The word for meditate is what? Asika. It means to discuss. It means to talk. I will meditate. I will discuss. I will talk of your precepts, O Lord.
And have respect unto thy ways.
And have respect unto your ways. I will respect. Oh, man. Oh, man. Tamshi.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word. Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live.
Deal with thy servant, that I may live. Because if God don't deal with you, you're done. You need God to pave that way and lead you and guide you. You need God to lead you and guide you. And for those that's just coming into knowledge of who God is, you need that person that showed you who God is to lead you and guide you. You need that person. Because without that person, you're definitely gonna get led astray. You're gonna go off and you're gonna go right back to what you know best, which is paganism.
Right.
There's no way that you have not gained the strength of God to hold yourself in these laws and think you're gonna stand. And I'm not gonna. Okay, go ahead. The longer you stay out, the weaker you're gonna get. The longer you stay out, the more you're gonna reject this. The longer you stay out, you're gonna look at this and you're gonna frown at it. I used to do that. I couldn't believe I allowed myself to, what? That's what you're gonna say. But that's all to keep you out there. You know why? Because the pit is dug for the wicked today. The pit is dug for man, woman, and children that have a problem with God. The pit is dug for men, women, and children that have a problem acknowledging God and accepting God's laws. Tamshi.
Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law.
Where you at?
Verse 19.
Go ahead.
I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments.
I'm a stranger in the earth. Huh? What else?
Hide not thy commandments.
He said, don't hide from me, oh Lord. He said, deal with me. He said, don't hide with me. When I read, open my eyes to the things, open my eyes to that which I'm reading so I can come to the sight and the clearness of your laws.
My soul breaketh for the longing that it hath unto thy judgment.
My soul breaketh for the longing. You know what that means? I have broken my spirit. Huh? That's King David. And he's talking about breaking his spirit. Which means what? You don't think you need to break your spirit? We don't think we need to break our spirit to fulfill these laws? Because right now you're not accepting it. We are not 100% accepting God. We are not 100% accepting these laws. We still bucking it. So now you got to break yourself. You got to break your spirit. I can't break your spirit for you. You got to break yourself. Tom, see?
That it hath unto thy judgments at all times.
Tom, see?
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud. The word for proud is what? Zedim. It means presumptuous. And when you are presumptuous, right? When you presumptuous, you overstep your boundaries.
That's right.
You overstep your boundaries. What is your boundaries? The boundaries that God set. These are the boundaries and the lines that you can't cross. You overstep your boundaries. And when you overstep your boundaries, you offend God. You take freedom in violation of the commandments of God willfully. That's when you overstep your boundaries. Tom She.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach and contempt.
Remove from me reproach and contempt, for I have kept thy testimonies. This is what we are supposed to be asking God. Okay? You can close the book and I'm going to end it with this. He said, remove from me reproach and contempt. These are the two things that we need to be asking God, because we are both of those. Reproach is what? Kirpa. Kirpa in the Hebrew is reproach. It means to express disappointment or displeasure in. Haven't we expressed our disappointment and displeasure in laws that we have not agreed with? And for those that have not expressed their disappointment and displeasure in laws that they have not agreed with, they did it secretly by not doing it. I didn't fulfill the law, so you're still expressing your disappointment. The actions. To disappoint means fail to fulfill the hopes or expectation of. God has expects us to live this way. That's why he gave it to us. We're disappointing God. Displeasure, feeling of disapproval. Now, what is contempt? Contempt is what? A feeling that a person is not worthy or considered. And with that, all I got one report. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Rika Ben Level. No shovings. No shovings.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to Prince Men, Chief Men, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I will ask right now for everybody to please rise and repeat after me the 10 Commandments of the Most High God. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am Lord thy
which
God,
have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am the jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation
unto the third and fourth generation
of them that hate me,
of them,
and showing mercy
and showing mercy
unto thousands of them that love me,
unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
and keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh
is the
day
Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor thy
maidservant,
cattle,
thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor the stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land,
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his
or
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
or anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people, you may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, but if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Even the Most High's altars was differentiated from the altars of the idols. The altars of the idols got steps because the ramp will keep a person from looking up the man's robe.
Right.
Okay, because steps, when a person's standing at a certain angle, you can see. So that's why God said, when you're coming up to my altar, everything is covered.
That's right.
And you don't expose yourself going up. You go up a ramp.
That's right.
But they didn't have people in wheelchairs. They didn't have crippled people back then like that.
They didn't show our calves and our thighs.
They didn't show that all that was their nakedness.
Calves and our thighs.
The man's, he have a robe on. It's covered.
Stop
but if I'm
wearing
going up the
shorts.
step, people could see.
Stop wearing shorts.
Okay. Now, we're going to go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 5.
Ecclesiasticus, that's a power.
That's in the Apocrypha.
Yeah, it's not. We're going to show the calf for. So, man. I want to show the calves. Stop showing calves.
Ready? Yeah, yours is right here.
Jesus gay.
Ecclesiastes,
Chapter 5.
think about it. Okay. Set not thy heart upon thy goods,
All right.
and say not, I have enough for my life.
Okay, so read that again.
Ecclesiastes.
That's for a rich person.
Yeah.
That's for a person that's getting it. That's for the guy that got it. He's saying, don't rely on that. Don't think because you got 401k. I've been working with the MTA for 25 years. I'm retired now. You know, I get $60,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? Pension, this, that. All that stuff is good. That's good. Because that's the fruits of your labor.
That's right.
But that's as far as it goes.
Right.
With the Most High, it goes further than that.
That's right.
But don't say, well, oh, I've reached it. This is what life is all about. Because that's what the world has everybody thinking.
That's right.
House, 2 kids in a car, good job, you're blessed. No. The more money people have today, the more cursed they are. It's not about that. So never say to yourself, I'm good because of what you have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because of what you have good resources.
Right.
Tamshi.
Set not thy heart upon thy goods, and say not, I have enough for my life. Follow not thine own mind.
There we go. This is it. Because we ain't going through this whole chapter. That's the main thing out of this whole chapter. Follow not your own mind.
Right.
The man was talking about the thoughts that be in your head. You can't, that's why you got to follow these commandments.
That's right.
That's why you got to follow his ways and his ordinances, his commandments, statutes, charge, and his voice.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to be able to do this correctly with our own mind. Our own mind is corrupt in its walk from the day on, and we've been adding on to it.
Right.
So the only way to get this correct is to do exactly what the Most High say, no more, no less. We cannot put words in the book that's not in there.
That's right.
We got to keep it the way it is. Okay?
That's right.
He said, follow not thine own mind.
Follow not thine own mind and thy strength to walk in the ways of thy heart.
To walk in the ways of my heart. If it's my thoughts, I have to make sure it's under the standards of God. If it's not that way, I can't follow what's in my head. Intuition. Intuition is a thought that jumped in my head about something or someone. It's in my head. Doesn't have to be true. That's why it says, follow not thine own mind. I have blamed people wrongly. Me. I have blamed people wrongly. Thinking I was right. I said, well, the only person that was there was you.
Yeah.
I did things. I'm talking about me.
Yeah.
I accused. I'm not too quick to accuse because I was wrong.
Yeah, false.
There was times when the stuff fell back there. The little kids ran, boom, bump it, and it fell back there. But I blame you because you were sitting here. I said, man, you was the only one sitting there. That's the only, but it didn't happen like that. So I watch now. I can't point the finger so quickly.
That's right.
I gotta observe. I gotta ask questions. Let me search. Hold on. Before I start, because I myself am absent-minded.
Yeah.
I just had something in my hand. I put it down and I forgot where I put it. Right?
That's right.
We all do that.
That's
It
right.
happens to me every day.
Where the pen at?
In your mouth.
The pen is in my mouth.
Somebody took it though.
But somebody took it. So, man, right away, I'm thinking in my head, somebody stole it. Somebody took it. This is a practice we gotta stop.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
Because I don't like for you to jump up and accuse me. I
Right.
can't do the same thing.
That's
You have
right.
to find out. Sometimes you never will find out. So you gotta leave it alone. You gotta leave it alone. All this is the thoughts of my mind.
Yeah.
I thought I heard you say it.
Mhm.
Look, man, I swore I heard you say it, but you didn't say it. You didn't say it. I heard something different. We do that every day. Then what that guy say on the TV, I thought I heard him say, oh, no, he didn't say that. He was saying this, right?
That's right.
We have to start admitting,
That's right.
True.
okay? He said, Tamshi,
And say not, who shall control me for my works?
don't think you are uncontrollable. Because the one that has the last say is the Most High God. One man said, I'm going to do this, and ain't nobody going to stop me. One man said, only God can stop me. And if God don't want you to do that, he's going to stop you. Sometimes it's true. No man can stop me. God going to stop you. You don't want God to do that. Because what you're doing is not correct. Whatever it is that I'm doing that I'm not stopping, it's not correct before God.
Right.
Tamshi.
For the Lord will surely revenge thy pride.
He's going to pay you back according to your pride.
That's right.
We already know what pride is.
Oh yeah.
Kishama just ran that down. So you get what you deserve according to your pride. This guy, he got up a little bit easier. He don't have that much pride in him. This guy got more because he got more pride in him. You get according to what you have in you from God. Tamshi.
Say not, I have sinned, and what harm had happened unto
You got some dudes. You got the ones that won't acknowledge that they sin. And you got the ones that say, I sin. Yeah, but so what?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've heard that too.
But so what's crazy?
Or they just don't answer that part.
Mhm.
That's a pride.
Pride
That's the top
response.
part of pride, because you're boasting yourself before God. If you're saying I'm gonna do this and nothing is gonna happen to me.
Yeah.
I've heard people who used to do this and they live like heathens now, and they still talk about the Most High. They say, well, you know, Most High. They said, you know, Most High know my heart.
Yeah,
But you have a Christmas tree in your house.
yeah.
I've heard them say, oh, the Most High know my heart. But you went back to eating unclean. You went back to eating
Y'all see, I know a lot of people like that.
Come on.
and they talk about
They talk about
the
God.
Most High.
Yeah.
That is what you call Meshuggah.
Sugar.
Deuteronomy 28.
Gone.
Because I kept going after what was in my head now.
Uh-huh.
Now I think God is still with me, and I'm living like a heathen, straight up.
Right.
And there's no talking to. Some people are blocked off.
Wow, man.
Most people are blocked. Israelites too.
Everything
That's why they don't do the law,
Mhm.
because it's a block there. Okay? It's a
God.
block there.
don't.
Yeah,
Meaning-
but none of it.
Meaning, I read this book and I see something different to what's in here.
Mhm.
Or I see what it say, but I say it don't mean that.
Yeah.
I say it don't mean that. Now,
Out of their mind.
I want to prove to you about certain things in the Hebrew with this over here. But then now I don't do that same thing in the Hebrew with the law,
Mhm.
with the dietary law,
No,
with
no.
blood and fat,
Mhm.
with shaving. I don't do that same procedure. Because in the Hebrew it say, okay, well in the Hebrew it say this over here.
That's right.
Oh no, it say different. Well, that's different what you saying over there then.
Mhm.
You can't say, oh man, that's messed up, because the Hebrew language has been modified by Ezra.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay? He added vowels to it.
That's right.
Do y'all know most languages
That's not bad, man.
are characters?
That's right.
You know what that means? They're images.
That's right.
That's where you get hieroglyphics.
That's
Even the Greek language are characters.
Yeah.
They represent people
Right.
and idols.
Mm.
One brother said on there, I was banging on emojis last week. Let me let y'all know something, man. I was banging on. I'll bang on anything God say bang on. God say he hate images. Images come in mad different forms, y'all. And just because it's in your phone or technology, it's still an image. Yeah. Certain emojis, I'm gonna say it again. I'm not gonna put, oh man, that was fire. Fire, there's a fire god. Do you know that? Called Molech.
Right. Molech.
And they represented that god either writing the name or drawing the image of fire.
Or wearing it.
So once now it's drawn, right? So I put it on the flag. I put it on my door. Put it on my clothes.
On your sneakers.
Put it on my sneakers. I put it on everything I wear to represent. It resembles and it represents a god, an idol. These are the things you got to start looking at and getting corrected in your house. Yeah, God said he hated it. Once you have it in your house, you have a house of gods.
That's right.
The man said, he said, man, Micah. He said, the man Micah had a house of gods.
Right.
Do you know what that means? He had pictures and statues. That's what make your house full of gods, house of God. But there are no gods. That's been the problem, Israel's problem. Following the people. They wore their robes every day.
Yeah.
It was a time when, look.
Right.
It was a time when the whole world was wearing robes. Right or wrong?
That's
right.
right.
There was a time.
Yeah.
Who decided to shorten them?
That's right.
Who decided to? Because that's a toga.
That's right.
If I take it and I cut it here and shorten the length,
That's
I got a
right.
toga. Okay?
That's right.
I got a robe. I shorten the length right here is a dashiki.
That's right.
They wore robes.
That's right.
They didn't wear short garments. They wore long garments.
That's right.
They covered themselves.
Every
The
day.
woman covered themselves.
Not on Shabbat.
Okay? Every day. This was every day.
Day, man.
Right.
They lived this,
Okay.
man. Stop fronting. They lived this.
So you gotta watch what you say about them.
Oh, man.
Okay? Certain things that you celebrate today, they didn't celebrate.
Shabbat.
Idol gods in there, but there were certain things and holidays that came up way after these people died.
Yeah, like your
That
birthday.
they never experienced. Say it again, brother.
Birthday.
That's what I was going to.
New Year's coming.
No. Stay on birthday. Because that's the most personal holiday for a human being. It means more to them than any other day.
That's my birthday.
It's personal. It's for you. It's for you to get stuff. It's everything's about you. This is your day. It's what they tell you. And you can be unhinged that day. You can do whatever you want. Sin, debauchery, whatever. Because why?
It's
It's
your
your birthday. It's
You
your
can't
day.
find a brother on his birthday.
Okay?
You ain't gonna find
Where he at? He's celebrating. Something special going on. He got his hair done.
at night. Watch him.
Got something new. Or you drinking and partying. You gotta watch what you, because you're still celebrating it.
G-Day.
You don't have to go to the party. You don't have to go to the church.
Come on.
All you gotta do is follow those ways. And those are the people that follow those idols.
Stop.
Okay? They didn't celebrate birthdays. You know who celebrated birthdays? Pharaoh.
They're real happy on that day.
Yeah.
11:59.
Yeah. No. That spirit. That same spirit from Xmas. That's the same spirit. Because it's about getting gifts.
If you don't tell me happy birthday, nigga.
Getting offering.
Yo.
What's up?
Hey man, it's my birthday, man. It's my birthday, man. What's you grown
You
men.
must tell
Grown
me.
men in the street.
You
Come
must tell
by
me happy
and they want an extra soda because it's his birthday.
You know it's a B-Day, but G-Day.
birthday soda.
People is about themselves on that day. You make yourself a god. There's a holiday for making yourself a
Come on.
god.
Let me go for the 5 cents, man. It's my birthday.
Get out of here.
Nigga.
I'm supposed to let you go for everything you want or want to do because it's your birthday. Now, historically, in the book, in ancient times, you better not celebrate your own birthday. The
You
people,
get killed.
say that again.
You will get killed.
Who's the only ones that can celebrate their birthday?
Pharaoh.
The king, not the queen, not his son, not his general, nobody else but the king. And only wicked heathen kings celebrated their birthdays because it's really the birthday of the god that they worship.
Right.
Birthdays come from idol gods. All idol gods have a birth
That's right.
and they have a death, not the Lord.
So do.
Fake gods.
This guy, oh, it's this guy's birthday. He was resurrected 3 days later. Nah. That's his birthday. This birthday. This guy's dead. We're still celebrating the birthday. Where he at?
I've been looking
He
for
came
him.
back. Where he at?
Um,
Where he at?
I know where he at.
He came back. He said he was resurrected, right?
Yeah.
Where is the shroud?
The
The
monkey,
shroud is the mummification because
The
he was wrapped up.
monkey.
Where's he at?
the monkey is in the church, hung up,
Strong.
strung up.
iPhone.
I see. They got pom pom shorts on.
No, that's not pom pom shorts. That's diapers, bro.
Diaper, bro.
Look, and they got him with pom pom shorts on now too.
They said
He's
they chased him down,
varietized.
bro.
He has been
Trying to kill
varietized. It has been varietized. You can get it in different colors, different varieties. You can get them in Chinese. You can get them in white. You can get them in black. Because some people are only going to accept Jake if it's a black Jake. Let me tell you, there's no such thing as a Jake. Period.
They found out who bodied them too.
Okay.
The 12 disciples.
Look, same word. Didn't one of them turn on
The
him?
12 big homies?
Yup.
And why they want to use 12? Because they want to copy off Jacob's sons.
That's sick. I didn't
Jacob had 12 sons. The stones on the breastplate is 12 stones to represent the 12 tribes. There was no symbols or logos to represent those tribes. And let me make this clear. They're not birthstones. Because when you're talking about birthstones, you go right back into the birthdays. That's dealing with magic. You don't even know what the real those kings did on their birthdays. They had rituals, seances, okay? Contacting dead spirits on their birthday. That's what they did. That was the real celebration. and somebody dies on that day.
That's right.
That's a sacrifice that goes on
That's right.
because you are making yourself a god like unto the idol god that they worship.
Yeah.
And there's a sacrifice to that idol god. So when my birthday comes, it's a sacrifice too. So today people don't kill people, but they give you gifts. Just say, hey, happy birthday, man. Come, let me buy you a drink. Leave alone with it. Don't feel special when that day comes. That's what got to get broken. Break that. Break that. Because it's a feeling. And Israelites, everybody celebrate this. Everybody in the world. We are not supposed to be celebrating the same thing nobody else celebrating this planet.
Right.
So why we have the same holiday? Why we have the same holiday as the people? We're not supposed to have no holidays, no celebration, the same as they have.
That's right.
Nothing happens when you turn 13. Let me tell you, bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah, celebration of birthdays. It is a Judaism custom, a Jewish custom of how because they know they're not supposed to. You ask a Jew right now, you celebrate birthdays, they'll tell you they're not supposed to celebrate their birthdays. But on the low, when the bar mitzvah is the birthday party, because it comes when the person turns 13 on their birthday. Now that they have woman rabbis, that's when the bat mitzvah came in. Because for thousands of years, it was a bar mitzvah. That the idolatry was only for men, that form of idolatry. Now it's for women too. Everybody gonna go under the curse. So communion, bar mitzvah, anything that goes down when you're 13, celebrating your birthday. But they say at that time you become a woman, you become a man. Did God say that? No. Did God say anything about anybody becoming a man or woman at a certain age? But you know where they got that from? Ishmael got circumcised when he was what? 13. He was 13. Okay? And the people, the descendants that came after him was the Israelites, right? And they interacted and dwelt amongst Egypt. They became one with the Egyptian people. And being that's their progenitor, everybody came from this guy. They're heathen, so they celebrate the day of his birth by having certain commemorations. So nothing happens at 13. It's a birthday party for Israelites and for Jews. That's what it is. No bar mitzvah, no bat mitzvah. We got to leave these are the things that got to be left alone. Those are the statutes that are not good. Tamshi.
For the Lord is long suffering. He will in no wise let thee go. Concerning propitiation.
You thought you got away because he's not close to you. The closer he is to you, the quicker you get it. You get corrected. So don't think that nothing is going to happen for what you did because he's long suffering. You don't get hit right away because you're not close to him. But in no wise will he let you go. You don't let the guilty go free. Tamshi.
Concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin.
Be afraid to keep. Be afraid to not stop sinning. That's what that means.
Propitiation.
What does propitiation mean?
To regain the favor of God.
To gain favor of God.
To regain.
Okay, to regain. That means I fell off.
I lost it.
I did something.
You fell out of favor.
Right? He's mad with me. He's disappointed with me.
That's right.
I'm feeling guilty now.
That's right.
And that's what it is. Now, man, I don't want God feeling this way too. So I believe now what I'm reading. If I believe that he is going to hit me up, I believe what I'm reading. But that's what happened with Abraham. Abraham didn't read nothing. God told him, he believed everything God told him, and it was counted to him to righteousness. That's the first step to righteousness. So don't be so quick to make a move.
That's right.
Because it could be with sin. And now you're adding on and adding on. Tamshi.
And say not, his mercy is great.
Don't rely on that. Because I know you guys be hearing God's mercy is great and he does this and that, but you ain't getting away with nothing. There's a reward for the wicked, there's a reward for the righteous. It's just timing. It's just timing. Everything is timing. You understand me? Everything. This guy, he got to go now. This guy, I'll catch him later. I'm going to leave him alone. He going to turn. He going to turn. I'm going to let him. So everything happens according to a person's heart.
Right. And say not his mercy is great. He will not pacify. He will not be pacified for the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath come from him, and his indignation rested upon sinners.
He gonna put it on him. Don't think, well, I got time. You don't have time.
That's right.
Don't say to yourself, I'm working on it, or I'm trying. All that is failure talk. That's what I was taught. To try is to fail. It's either you do or you don't do. We put too much gray area in between and stuff. It's either you do or you don't do. Time sheet.
Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord.
Do not hesitate.
And put not off from day to day.
Don't put it off. Don't put it off.
Take your time.
Hurry up.
Get on it.
Get on it.
Wait.
What you waiting? What you waiting for?
You ain't getting no younger.
You ain't waiting.
You gonna start.
You don't know when you're gonna die. It's coming. That's a fact we all know. You're gonna die.
That's the only thing that's sure.
That's a fact.
That's a whole fact.
Okay?
Be sure about that.
So do you know when? Start to think about that day. It's in here. But it said, think upon the day of your death.
That's what's gonna make you
And
change.
you know what's gonna make you? That's gonna make you change.
Start doing things according to what God
That's
said.
gonna make you
I gotta
change.
go one day.
A lot of people walking around here like they're not gonna die. They
They
don't
really
consider
do.
death at all.
You better start considering death, man, and beyond death.
Children, women, and
You better
men.
start considering that.
Because you don't have to reach a certain age to start thinking about that. You die anytime.
And when you die, it's not over.
Okay.
Just start.
Think about it. See, because
Got
there's
bigger fish to fry.
there's a reward.
Bigger fish.
There's a reward
I'm worried about it.
on the other side. So start thinking about that.
You better. You better.
1 minute.
You're on verse 7.
Uh-huh.
For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth,
Gonna come out of
and in
nowhere.
the security.
Anytime you hear that word suddenly, means everything was cool, and then bang, this come out. Oh, what happened? What happened? Remember Job? Remember how it went down with Job? It went down one after the other. As soon as this happened, this guy come and say this, and bang, this one come. That's like your phone. You get a phone call. Oh, yo, man, somebody shot this and he dead. Man, what? Somebody killed your son. Your wife got robbed over here. All of it affecting you. That's what happens suddenly. That's surprise. Came out of nowhere. Time sheet.
And in thy security thou shalt be destroyed.
Whatever you think is protecting you, whatever make you feel safe, your security, God gonna destroy that. Because that's what you're relying on. You ain't relying on him. Whatever you turn on God for, or whoever you turn on God for, you setting it up because it's gonna be destroyed. Right. You're not gonna leave. I'll do all this for you, and you're gonna leave and serve this over here. Okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna let those same people that you following and the God that you want to serve, they're gonna come and grab you up and take you back to their land. You can't be here no more because you don't want to do it. So since you want to follow them, go live with them. Now they're gonna show you how they really get down. You're doing this to our people. Think of why the people get this affliction on a widespread. Think of why they was going through it. Some people say, yo, man, we going through this because of our sins and our father's sins. They acknowledged. He said, but you're not going to get me to do this. I'm sorry, you're going to have to kill me.
Right.
Those were the diehards, man. The last to hold it. Time sheet.
And perish in the day of vengeance. Set not thy heart upon goods unjustly gotten.
You didn't get this correctly. Goods. Goods is anything of value. Money and anything of value. I got this by scamming. I got this by robbing. I got this by stealing. I got this in a heist.
Mm-hmm.
It is unjustly gotten. I didn't get it
Mhm.
justly.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but they shall not profit thee in the day of calamity.
Right.
Not the day of the world end. Your calamity is going to come, and that stuff, you ain't going to have it when you need it because it's not yours.
Mm-hmm.
Stop stealing. Stop robbing. Stop pillaging. Don't stop desiring things that are not yours. It even say, do not covet your neighbor's wife. I can't desire your wife in my heart.
That's
I
right.
didn't say nothing to her, but I be looking at her.
Yeah.
I can't do that. What am I looking at her for? She's another man's wife.
That's the way of the world.
And I'm criticizing her. I got nothing to say about that. That's that man's wife. Okay, however he want to do it, that's him. I get mine and I'm gonna rule mine the way I am. You can't do nothing about that.
Just want to tell you how you
No, you can't tell me that. You can't tell me that. You can't go out there and tell the dude how to handle his woman.
You hear that?
Go out there and tell a woman how to handle his woman.
You
hear that?
You gotta leave that one alone. You get yours and run it the way God say, and just keep moving. Time sheet. But goods gotten unjustly is no good. It keeps you. What it does is it slows you down in serving God.
It separates you from God.
Okay, and you know what happens when you get slowed down? He hides himself from you, and when he fully hides himself from you, you're not doing this no more. You're not doing nothing. There's no trying. You're out, and you're not coming back. So you don't want to eat nothing stolen,
Right.
drink nothing stolen,
Buy nothing stolen.
buy nothing. You can't buy nothing in the street.
That's right.
Pay for it.
That's right.
Pay the full price. Pay the full price. Stop always trying to stop being cheap. Stop trying to save money. Stop making it your God too much. You get it, you spend it. That's what it's for. Time sheet.
But they shall not profit thee in the day of calamity. Winnow not with every wind, and go not into every way.
You know what that
So
means?
the
I'm gonna give you an
sinner,
example of
they had a
that.
double
I'm gonna give you an
tongue.
example of that. I'm in this conversation over here, then I jump over and I'm in that conversation. Then I'm in this conversation. Then I'm over here.
You and
Then I'm
them.
over here. You all over the place.
You and everything.
You in all matters. Because winnow. That means every way the wind blow, I follow it.
Mm-hmm.
What everybody else say it is, I follow that. What the world say it is, I follow that. I go with the way the wind go.
Like a tumbleweed.
Okay? He said, and go not into every way. For so doth the sinner that hath a double tongue. You gotta watch it, because you're over here doing this, saying this, but then what you're doing over here is opposite to what you're saying here, and what you're saying here is opposite to what you're doing here. And that causes a lot of problems. Okay? What they say with a dude when incarceration, yo, man, this dude's a day room. That's a day room. Right? You know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, he a day room dude. Meaning, he wants to sit down and be quiet. He want to be here, there. He want to play this game. He want to watch. He want to control the TV. He want to do. Yeah, that's a day room dude. He's the loudest dude in there. The spotlight is always on him. Somebody come and say, yo, man, blah, blah, blah. Wow, I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to you back. You know, this guy's in the conversation. Don't even know what we're talking about. That's what get dudes. Yeah, that's what causes problems. And in doing so, you won't mind your business. Being that you're going every way the wind go, you're gonna be in business. You're gonna be in things that is not your business.
That's right.
Time sheet.
Be steadfast in thy understanding, and let thy word be the same. Be swift to hear, and let thy life be sincere.
Be swift to hear. I always, and I hear this and other things. They're always saying, these are ethics, morals,
Ethics of the fathers.
principles of men who served God. They know how life go. They know how life go. They know what action determines a wicked person. They know what actions determine a right person. They know what God loved. They know what God hated. That's why we read this. And you got to remember these things. But the only way to remember them is to read them during the week, too.
That's right.
not just on Shabbat.
That's right.
Because after a while, you'll be able to recite it out your head. You ain't got to go to the book. You can quote word for word. You know what chapter and what verse it's in. So when the debate come up, you can say, look, go to such. When they go there and read it, they say, yeah, that's what the law say. And everybody is supposed to shut up and go by what it say in the book.
That's right.
Time sheet. He said, be swift to hear. Hold on. Be swift to hear, not be swift to talk. First, listen. Let everything come out. Then you say your piece. Because you may not get everything that is supposed to be said. The conclusion. He said, hear the conclusion of the matter. Okay? Time sheet.
And let thy life be sincere, and with patience give answer. If thou hast understanding, answer thy neighbor.
If I know about it, I'm going to answer them.
If not, lay thy hand upon thy mouth.
Yesterday, there was a debate on who was more popular in a certain field. And I have great understanding in that field. And the man that had the most wasn't getting his credit for it. So I stepped in on something I knew about. And it was a fact. And it had to be considered. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I had to listen first.
And
I said, oh, wow, let me see
before
what
you
this,
give me
let
answer.
me see what this back and forth is about. Oh, no. He's right. Now, when you do that, it's not going to always end well either.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't like to be told that they're wrong.
That's right.
That's why the world don't want to do God's bidding.
That's right.
Because they got to be told that they're wrong. They got to tell themselves that they're wrong.
Right.
All this stuff I've been doing and living and everything all my life, it's hard for a person to say, damn, man, all that's down the drain? You mean to tell me the real, true, and living God, he don't like none of this stuff that the whole world is enjoying?
You don't know the word.
Time sheet.
Honor and shame is in talk.
Honor and shame is in talk. And
And
in my speech, I got to watch what I say. I got to be aware of who's around, who's not around. That's all. That's all.
Who I say in front.
Yeah, who's around? I got to
right.
be aware of who's around.
around.
The certain words don't come out of my mouth,
That's
or I may not offend, or certain,
right.
you know what I'm saying? Violate, if something get
Right.
kicked off, I mean, you know, I got to be aware of these things. He said, the tongue of man is his fault. Then some dudes say things out their mouth, and they wind up dead. I've seen it. There's a certain language in the street. If you speak that language, coming for you. It means only one thing. It's called gun language.
Gun talk.
Gun talk. Yeah, there is a language like that in the streets. And when somebody starts talking like that, you know what that means. Okay? And a lot of dudes, I've seen a lot of dudes talk.
But don't walk.
And when it came down, he cried and said, please, no, I don't want to die. I was just watching the show the other day. He said, yo, he said, you don't really see how I do this. You're looking down the barrel of a gun.
Not Zeba and Zamona.
Nah, they was hard. They said, don't let no kid do it. You do it. See, they didn't cry. Men back then was harder. Women back then was harder. Back then, nobody ain't playing for their life. Yeah, 2 heathen kings. They said, and one dude, he said, I think it was Ephraim. He said, he told his son, he was training his son, Gideon. He told his son, his youngest son, he said, yo, it's time for you to get a kill. Now we gonna go hunting and kill an animal. And this is how you learn how to, this is war. And back then, every man learns war. All sons learn war. Everybody, you your own police. You gotta hold down your own bomb.
That's right.
Unless other than that, I can come every week and take 6, 7 oxen up from you.
That's right.
That's what was going on back then. Some towns take your woman. Some towns back then take your woman. Am I correct? It happened to Abraham and it happened to Isaac.
No police.
We got to remember too, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were strangers in a strange land, among strange people with strange ways, strange idol gods. It was more surrounded than anybody because there was no nation. It was just a man and his family. You know what that means? That means you can do it. Like Joshua said, as for me and my household, we're going to serve. I don't know about the rest of you guys, the rest of you tribes, all of y'all guys, this, that, and the third, but me and my household, my house will be commanded after these commandments. You're not going to find abominations in my house.
That's right.
And all ears are open for it. Detectors are up. Because there are things that do not belong in your house.
That's right.
If you can't wear it, what's it doing in the house?
You hear that?
Right or wrong?
That's right. Yeah.
Because I see people, okay, now we can't wear it, but then I see it in your house.
That's right.
Time sheet. Time sheet.
Honor and shame is in talk, and the tongue of man is his fall. Be not called a whisperer, and lie not in
So
wait
I would
with thy
always
tongue.
say, he said, yo, man, it's not good to whisper, man. He said, if you want to say something to somebody, he said, yo, go inside and talk. But it's not good to whisper. Somebody gonna get suspicious. I mean, I'm not whispering about you, but the way that it go up in the air. And I may cause suspicious eyes on me. Now you looking at me thinking I was talking to you, and I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking about you. So it's not a good practice. God tells you what manners is. This is manners, what we call manners. It separate chief men. And nowadays, people can't even whisper. I hear everything you're saying. Look, how do you know I'm talking about you? I heard you. You thought you was whispering, but I heard you. People don't know how to whisper. Tell you.
For a foul shame is upon the thief, and the evil condemnation
Foul
upon the
shame.
double tongue.
The thief gonna be embarrassed very badly. That's what it means. Tell you.
And an evil condemnation upon the double tongue. Be not ignorant of anything in the great matter or
Do not be ignorant of anything, meaning know, find out, ask a question, search, investigate, study.
That's right.
Watch, sit back and watch. In a great or small matter. Because any one of those great or small matter, it could be in a great matter is sin, in a small matter is sin. Because sin is sin. Okay? The only great sin that I heard about was when the people made that calf at the foot of Mount Sinai. Moses said, yo, this is a great sin. Know why? That's a holy mountain. That's a holy mountain, right? That's a holy mountain. And they desecrated it with a calf worship. And what the party and the indulgence, right? The debauchery. He said they were naked. They was wow. All right, I ain't got to talk about it no more. Okay, right there in front of God. That's why God said, "Up, this meeting is over. Get you down quickly, because the people that you brought out the land have corrupted themselves and made an idol god. I just finished telling them not to make you idols of God or silver, and they make it. Why? Because God tested their patience.
That's right. So come here, Moses. Stay up here with me.
Stay up here with me.
Let's see what these things.
Let's see what they're gonna do when their head down around.
Can't be patient.
Let's see what they're gonna do on their own. They're gonna kill each other. They're gonna steal from each other. They're gonna do each other dirty.
Halfway up this way.
That's why Joshua. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's why Joshua. Yo, sometimes you just know.
He said, man.
Sometimes you just know, man.
I don't know what's going on over there.
I said, man, I'm staying there. I'm not going down there.
He's going this way.
I'm going down
He
there.
was halfway up the mountain.
What Aaron said, he said, you know that the people are bent on what? Mischief. So this was a known thing. So that's why Joshua said, whenever Moses leave, I I'm gonna be right here waiting for him. Because I'm not gonna get involved in
He
this.
couldn't go inside. But he said, I'm going halfway.
I'm not gonna be around them.
I ain't around them.
So when Moses come back, I'm gonna be the first person. Look at that, man. Every time, look, Moses went up the mount twice. Spent 40 days the first time, spent 40 days the second time.
That's right.
Okay, he had to go back up. Because it was distracted. What they did disrupted everything. If they didn't do that, Moses would have been up there longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
He'd have been up there
Oh,
longer.
the guy came back. He said, "Go get
Get
down from me."
You know why?
Go and get
You know why? If you don't hurry up and go stop him,
Your people
wiping everybody
people
out.
is messing up. You're messing up. Get down. Go get these people in check.
Messing up. They have quickly messed up. He said they have quickly
Turned aside.
They quickly wandered away. They quickly turned the shoulder. They quickly refused. They quickly denied. They ain't giving no chance, no rest. I ain't even get a year. 40 days ain't nothing.
Got a month.
40 days? That's a month and 10 days. You couldn't wait.
You don't know what to do with this Moses. This nigga's bugging.
They said, man, he could have been dead. You know why they say that, right? It's still on fire. But they know they don't see them come in and out the fire 1,000 times. They know he ain't dead. They said, we not going unless we die. So it's a bunch of games they playing with each other. Word games. They just told Moses, you go up there and talk with God, but we're not going to go lest we die. Because we can't go in that fire. You know how many times he went up in that fire and talked to God? So many times God called him up there? So now all of a sudden, oh man, he probably got burnt up. That's to justify what I want to do. That's what I tell myself. Where God was. He was right there with God. You just can't see him because of the thick darkness. You just can't see him. The darkness is called smoke screen. See how the police, when they raid a place, and then something go bang, tear gas on that, it's hard to see. God used smoke screen because you can't see him. Because once you see me, you die. You ain't gonna get to report back what I look like. You're gonna die.
Nobody.
So don't gaze. So matter of fact, Moses, get down there right now and push them back away from the border and make sure nobody look through the gaze. Because if not, they're gonna get shot through. I'm gonna shoot something through them. That's what God said. So that's why there are no such things as images, pictures, portraits, busts, idols, and statues of animals. That the animal in the bed, all that. No.
Nobody know how you look like.
Gotta leave that alone. You ain't gonna make cartoons out of him. He's not gonna be in Family Guy.
Is you dumb?
Because that's what they're gonna do. Then you're gonna have a white version. And you're gonna have a black version.
Yeah.
And all the black people gonna go with the black version.
The Asian
The
version.
white people are gonna get this is
And a federal Spanish
this is
version.
high-tech religious mankind idolatrous worship.
Just call him Jesus. A federal Spanish version. Come on, man.
Every continent has a statue. Has a statue. Every continent. There's 7 continents on this planet.
You got that liberty.
We got the liberty here. Brazil got it. That's what it is, man. They don't even know. Most of those idol gods go both ways. They're hermaphrodites. They came out with all types of parts. They don't know the full story of Jake. They don't know the full story of these idols that they following. Y'all don't know the story. Those idols that you wonder, that you love so much, they do things you wouldn't do. Yeah. Time sheet.
Be not ignorant of anything in the great matter or small.
Okay.
And
Okay. Now, go to Proverbs 30. Proverbs 30. The words of Agur, the son of Jakeh, even the prophecy. The man spoke unto Ithael, and even unto Ithael and Ukal. These are men of God that came after. Some of these he's teaching, okay, his students. Okay? And listen to the first thing that came out of his mouth. Verse 2.
Surely I am more brutish than any man,
He said, I'm more brutish than any man.
and have not the understanding of a man.
You know what? Brutish comes from the word brute. It means one who lacks intelligence of the Most High God. Not just any intelligence. One who lacks who God is. Who knows one. If a person don't know who God is, he's a brutish person. Okay?
A brutish man.
A brutish man knoweth not, neither do the fool understand this. A brutish man is one that lacks the intelligence of the Most High. So he's not going to understand it, and he's not going to allow himself to understand it. That's what makes him brutish. That's what makes like Bruto. Bruto from Popeye.
Yeah, Bruto.
Brutus. Come from that word. You couldn't tell Brutus nothing. Oh, he couldn't tell him nothing. Only you got to eat spinach and beat him up.
So it's after.
He keep coming
after
for
son
his woman.
wife.
This is
After
my
son
woman.
wife.
And you keep
That nigga
coming
was
for her.
wild.
He's brutish. Even in the cartoons, the names, they know what they did, man. They know what they did, and they put it all in the entertainment. It said one who lacks the intelligence, one who lacks sensitivity, not a sensitive man. Certain things against the Most High bug me. Certain things that against the Most High, you don't say, oh, in the name of that cross. Don't say that name. Don't say that name. You can't say Jeez, because that's short for Jesus. That's short for it.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah. I don't know who Louise is, but I know who Jesus is. That's that dude on the cross. It's just short. It's a nickname. Don't say these things. Because, and see, when I hear people say it, it turns me a different way. It bugs me. Boy, I'm sensitive. That's what I'm sensitive to.
Boy ain't want to die for the sins, bro.
Okay?
Boy was out.
And look, I lack, the third meaning is I lack compassion. I don't have no compassion. A brutish person is a person that don't have no compassion. You got a slave, right? He's a slave, but do you have to beat the slave down like this? Do you have to mistreat the slave like this? Do you have to keep him chained up like this?
That's why the law said when the slave run,
Don't
return.
return them.
Don't snitch.
Because there's something about treatment God looks at. I said, yo, man,
That's right.
he didn't deserve that treatment.
That's right.
Israel didn't deserve. That's why I got him out of there. That crime was too bitter.
The treatment was
The
worse than what was
treatment
done.
was
That's
worse.
why God got Jacob out of there.
He said,
Before
that's
you
why he got
leave,
him out.
I'm gonna hook
I'm
you
gonna
up.
hook you up. That's why he said, do not exceed 40 stripes, lest you seem vile to your brother. Damn, bro. You want to look, 40 stripes is a lot.
He wanted to kill me.
Lie on your back and take 40 stripes. 40? Listen, man. Me don't want to go past whatever you did to get 40. Whew. But then again, I still can't go past 40. There's a limit to it.
40.
He said, man, don't do that. God didn't say because I don't want you to. He said, because you're going to seem vile to you. Your brother going to look at you like, damn, this dude ain't got no heart. I thought you wanted to correct me, not kill me. That's the laws, man. That's what makes a person brutish. Tell you.
I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy. Who have ascended up into heaven or descended? Who had gathered?
He said, I'm brutish than any man. He said, and has not the understanding of man. He said, I neither learned wisdom. He said, nor have the knowledge of the holy. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
He don't know nothing about this. Okay? He said, so now he's saying, who have ascended up into heaven or descended? Who here has ascended up into the heavens?
Nobody.
Or who came down
Who
here?
came down? I'll tell you about it.
All right. Who can gather the wind in his fists? Can you catch wind?
God can.
And you feel it in there? God got wind.
God can.
God could do that. See, these are things only God do. God ascend and descend. He said, let me go down there and see what they're doing down here.
God can.
Okay? God gathers the wind in
Uh-huh.
his fist.
God can.
He said, who had bound the waters in the garment?
God can.
God could do that. Take this robe,
And
take
hold water.
this, and put it's going to
And
soak
it
and
don't
go
seep
through.
through.
It don't happen with God.
Don't happen.
God could do that.
They're doing it
with the
now.
ocean.
It's the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
The ocean holding the water.
So
Sure.
everything goes on the word of the Most High God.
Right.
Until further notice by God. Oh, but this works like this, and the atoms. Okay, yeah, that's how God. It's going on the commandment of doing what God said what to do, until He says stop when you come by.
That's when atoms and protons don't mean nothing.
They don't mean nothing.
Because the command of God gave
The
it.
command of God.
Spoken
Y'all
word.
understand
Power.
what power is?
Power.
That the Most High, what we call make up something
Out of nothing.
that was nowhere.
Out of nothing.
Okay, that wasn't in existence,
Make it exist.
and when He make it exist, He gives it a name on the spot. Look at the creation. He mentioned everything. Then He said, "Let the dry land appear." Boom.
Boom,
Dry land.
that's it.
It ain't. God don't need to take something from here and make something. We do.
Stop it.
That's what scientists do.
Stop it. That's right.
He said,
God didn't need to take a bunch of pile of metal and make the earth. It said it was void. Void means empty. Void means nothing. The place where the earth is now was voided. That's what it means. Everybody needs to go back to school
Yeah, you got
and learn. This is old English, number one. This is 1611. The year 1611. I know men who didn't know how to read and became readers. And this 1611 Old Testament made them scholars. They learned the certain old terms that sound like what we would think today, but it don't mean that. Okay? Certain words was used differently now. Okay? Where I'm at. Who hath established all the ends of the earth? The Most High God. All the answers to these questions is the Most High God. The Most High God. The Most High God.
There is a
Not
boundary.
Superman.
There is an edge.
Not
There is
Superman.
an end.
To this earth.
Look,
There is an end.
Not the X-Men.
But man can
Not
never
Superman.
reach.
Right.
Not
Never reach.
somebody who found the amulet and gained powers and now he could do the things God do. No.
NASA ain't see everything.
NASA
They can't go to the end.
NASA is lying.
They ain't see that.
They want you to think.
They ain't see that.
No. The moon is a light. The moon is a light. You see, the greater light,
The lesser
the
light.
lesser light. The lesser light is the moon.
Yeah.
You know how much light?
That's
All right.
right.
When the moon, and like in the summertime, when the sky is clear,
There's a
and
lot
the
of
moon
light,
is
man.
full moon,
It
I can
lights
see my
up.
shadow.
That's right.
I can see my shadow.
So it's hot.
So
It's
you,
hot,
So you want to
and there's
go on the
no
moon.
way you went there. It's gonna blind all your senses, man.
blind.
You
Gonna melt
can't
you.
see
It's
it.
a blinding
It's gonna
bright.
melt
I'm
you.
talking about the moon.
It's gonna
The
melt you.
moon, not the
Has
sun.
somebody-
They ain't going to the
talking
moon.
about?
It's gonna melt you.
They want to crater and set up shop.
Green screen.
And set up shop.
Green screen.
And said, look, we're gonna make these people think we'll be up there because we get money.
Look, he went
Now,
up
we
there
go
and
down
set up the
history
camera.
books. There's no way they went up there, man. According to the description, when I'm reading, no human can survive even in a suit. You can't make nothing here that's gonna survive out there, man.
hey, brothers, the video of them on the moon, it was too dark.
The stage.
So
You saw the moon
they said it was
looking dark?
underwater. Everything was done underwater.
Look, let me tell y'all something right now. What goes on this earth and the way things work on this planet don't work like that up there. That's a luminary. That's what it's called, a luminary. Luminary is a light.
Right.
That's all. It's not something you could land on.
No.
It's light. It's just lesser than sun. So what? Man, one big step for mankind. What were you really walking on? I don't believe that. Because God said lights. Lights don't have land mass.
That's right.
And there's not a dark side and a light side. Why ain't no dark side or light side of the sun then? See that light side, dark side? That's moon worship.
Yeah.
I'll explain that another time. Time sheet. So I don't believe in that song. I don't want to be an astronaut.
That's right.
I don't want to go in space.
That's the secret things.
I don't want to.
Things
I don't want to
belong the Lord.
discover new
The
frontiers.
secret things. belong
This
to
is
the
not
Lord.
Star Trek.
Word.
I'm not an explorer.
The things that are revealed belong to us and our children.
I stay where God got gravity at, man. God got gravity here for us, man. Here. We live and die on this planet.
That's it.
The boldly go where no man has gone before. And now, and that was Star Trek in the 50s. Now they are trying to really do it. They're gonna go up there and get killed. There's no east, west, north, or south, up or down, left or right up there. There's no direction up there. Everything that we know that exists, God gave it to us here. Time is here. When you leave from out of here, you don't go by time no more. That's why all them people that be in space, they can't stay up there too long. They gotta come back down. You gotta come back down and get some of this gravity. If you stay up there too long, your organs will separate.
Expand.
It will expand and get bigger and bigger and bigger until you burst. Forget science, man. They're trying to find somewhere. They're trying to escape the wrath of God. That's what they're doing. They know.
Yeah.
Because they're scientists.
Yeah.
They know there's certain land masses that's sinking. Okay? And they can see that in another 10, 20 years, this land ain't going to be here. Wow, over there too. Over there too. And the weather. So they know, Mel, it's going to go down one day. So what they want to do is escape the wrath of God, and you can't escape the wrath of God. They think they're going to go up there. You're making it worse. You're not prepared for what's up there. You don't know what's up there.
Well, you don't believe.
But you don't believe. And good, look, they've been looking at those stars and worshiping those stars since Babylon. Astronomers and astronomy, astronomers. They couldn't wait to get the technology to go up there. They've been wanting to be going up there. Tower of Babel, they wanted to go up there.
Since then.
They ain't had no shuttle.
Since then.
They still trying to go up there. Man don't like to listen. Don't like to listen, man.
So he
Period.
He built something that high, though.
Son, they won't do it.
Some shit.
What is his name and what is his son's name? If thou can tell.
If you can show me somebody
That
who
can
can
do
do
that.
all these great, amazing feats, what's his name and what's his son's name?
Mhm.
You see, these are questions that keeps everybody quiet. Oh yeah, oh your God do that? Okay. Can your God do this? Can your God set a mountain range on fire? Did your God set anything on? Did your God even kill anybody? My God don't get chased.
In diapers.
You walk around in a pamper all day.
You walk around in a pamper.
The Vikings, those people back then, their gods were some ugly dudes. Their idols was ugly, and they were warriors, even though they didn't exist. Now the God of the world today, he don't fight. He give you the other cheek. If you smack him, he go here and smack me here too. Hand him a top for yourself. You can run all over
He
me.
meant the other cheeks. He meant the other cheeks.
Even in their own book in the New Testament, it said 2 thieves was next to him. He ain't the only dude millions of people got killed on crosses.
That was the way.
What made him special?
That was the way execution. That's all
He
it
had
was.
2. He got killed with 2 thieves.
That's all it was.
The thieves looked at him and said, "Yo, man, ain't you? Why don't you call on God? All that stuff you said you was. Call on God and get us out of here." And what he said, "My Lord, why hast thou forsaken me?" None of the prophets of the Most High.
That was a Psalm of David.
That
That was the Psalm of
They
David.
got that from David.
That was the Psalm of David.
And he wasn't. And when David said it, he wasn't strung up. He was being chased.
Come on now.
He was being chased. Okay? He got hung on a tree. And anyone that gets hung on the tree is a curse of God.
Come on now.
Okay?
Come on now.
They're still hanging people on trees today.
And it says in the New Testament, in Acts, he was hung on a
He
tree.
was hung on a tree.
Yeah.
He wasn't hung on no cross. In the New Testament, it says he was hung on a tree.
That's right.
And in the Old Testament, it says any man that is hung on a tree is cursed of God.
Wow.
in Galatians 5, it said, any man that is circumcised is a debtor to do the whole law.
So you gotta do all along.
Circumcision. If you're
Circumcision.
circumcised, you're a
Once
debtor
you're
to do the
circumcised,
whole
you are
law.
old.
That's
You owe
the.
God.
It's like
That's
a-
what's in this. Look, in the New Testament, it said women is to be quiet, and they
That's
they
right.
can't be teachers.
That's
in the New
right.
Testament,
That's right.
they don't go by none of that either.
No.
It's a game.
That's the connection to God.
That's weird.
That's
Okay.
the part of the
In
connection.
the New Testament, it said if you have a question, wait till you go home and ask your husband.
That's right.
You can't even ask the teacher nothing.
That's right.
Because that's not your husband.
That's right.
That keeps all the familiarity
I read
and
that.
respect. And another thing, there's no marriage counselors in Israel.
That's games. That's games.
Watch it.
Because the person giving the counsel.
All I'm gonna say is there is no marriage counselors.
That's
Look,
games.
if I have to go to another man on how to handle my Isha, I don't need to
You don't
have an
need to
Isha.
have-
That's right.
I'm not ready.
That's right.
Look what the Reverend did.
Swallow.
Some shit.
Every word of God is pure.
Everything that God says is 100%. It's pure. There's no fault in it. There's no flaw in it. People try to find things. Well, but it's saying, but then it said that it's pure. And when we start to acknowledge that, you won't deny what you read no more.
Amen.
It'll become easier. You say every word of God is pure.
He is a shield unto them
Who is
that
a
put their
shield?
trust in him.
Who is a shield?
The Most High.
Oh, no, Morgan Dawi is the shield.
The Most High.
The 6-point star is the shield.
The Most High.
The
God is
6-point
our
star is the holy shield of God. No, it's not. David didn't use it.
Exactly.
Solomon didn't use it.
Get that
Double star.
Okay? All right? It is used in witchcraft, in devil worshiping, and it is used to sacrifice and invoke demons.
called the hexagram.
It's called the hexagram. You know what you do? All right? It comes from the word hex, to put a hex on somebody, to put a spell on somebody. Spellagram. You get to do that. You do that thing there, you do all that stuff with the pentagram. Look, just have it in your house, you ain't got to do nothing. It invokes evil spirits. It corrupts your spirit.
You want to be like the people, so we got to have a symbol. Or
Gotta
sign.
have a symbol. You don't need it. Your sign is the Shabbat. Live it. Your sign is to be lived and carried out with the works of your hands. It's not something that we're not like them. We're so different from them. We don't need no sign
No,
on
we
us.
don't. No, we don't.
This is a sign.
Exactly. When you're
This is a sign.
fringes.
The fringes is a sign.
Stop worrying about it.
He say the Shabbat is the
Shabbat is the
sign
sign.
between me and thee
That's right.
and the
That's
children
right.
of Israel forever. That's your logo. That's your symbol.
That's right.
And guess what? Well, we got it good. The way God got, he said, man said, the way my account set up, the way God got these laws set up, it benefits us. It makes you perfect and complete. Your heart is better than any leader of any country before God.
Amen.
God said to one dude, I think he was the king of Tarshish. He said, even though your wisdom is greater, your knowledge and wisdom is greater than Daniel. That's a heathen. He told that to a heathen king, Tyre, the king of Tyre. The king of Tyre. He said, yeah, king of Tyre, you a bad dude. He said, yeah, you passed my servant.
Damn, you see that?
That means he knew better.
See that? Man?
That means he know better. That means he know God. That means he know God. If his knowledge and his wisdom surpass that of Daniel, he knows God. He has knowledge of the Most High. That's why he said, I'm going to destroy you.
Damn. What was that?
Yeah, the king of Tyre. I'm going to find it for you. You see, God spoke to the king of Tyre. I was reading that. He said, yo, even though your knowledge is greater than Daniel, he said, I'm going to still hit you up. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're not from Israel. It's not a game, man. He got it for the people. Look. He got it for the righteous, and he got something for the sinners.
Add thou not unto his word, lest he reprove
Don't
thee,
put it in there if it's not in there.
and thou be found a liar.
Now, there's books going around. They say Joe's children, everybody on his day. When I look it up, it says the same thing. It doesn't say Yelad. Okay? When I go to Genesis and see what Pharaoh's birthday, and I look that word up, it says Yelad, meaning the day of birth, the day one was born. So we have to stick, that's why we study words in Hebrew and stick to that. Because if they did celebrate birthdays, it would have said it. And the reason why I know they didn't, now there's many other ways to curse God in your heart.
Right.
Like the children of Israel didn't celebrate birthdays at all. You know why? Because the world didn't start celebrating birthdays until the Ashkenazi. You know who Ashkenazi is? Who we call Germans today.
Yeah.
That's who the German people come out of Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz. Some Jewish people are Ashkenaz. They speak Ashkenazi Jew. Or Sephardic. Sephardic is the ones that come out of Spain. You have some Spanish Jews. You have German Jews. You have European. They're all European. You got Russian Jews. You got Polish Jews. Czechoslovakian. All of European descent. Okay? And you got Africa, which is the land of Ham. Because most of Ham's children went into Africa, where Egypt is at, where the Congo is at. Then you got the Middle East. Africa is not in the Middle East. Africa is not. Israel is not in Africa.
Sure isn't.
Okay?
Whole life.
You got 7 continents. One of them is called Asia.
There we go.
One of them is called Asia, what the news people call the Middle East. Bear with me for a minute. These are the countries that are in Asia. Israel, Syria, China, Japan. Yeah, all the way from Israel, all the way to Japan and China. They're called the Far East. There's the Middle East, and that's the Far East. As far as Far East you're going to go is China.
Yep.
Then you got Israel, Syria, China, Japan, Pakistan, Vietnam, Turkey, Thailand, South Korea, Iraq, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Philippines. These are some very cultish religious people. Some of these people, like Bangladeshi, their deities have 4 heads and 6 arms and 3 breasts. Each breast stands for a universe. They say there's another universe inside the. Yo, you gotta stop following these people. He said Philippines, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, Yemen, Malaysia, Nepal. You've heard all these places, right? All of this is in the Middle East and Asia. Okay? North Korea, Sri Lanka, Kazakhstan, Cambodia, Jordan, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, United Arab Emirates, all the stands, Israel, Laos, Singapore, State of Palestine, Lebanon, Kuwait.
Apes is in there too.
Africa's not in there. Egypt is not in there. Now these nations of the Middle East nations, they're ancient wise. Back in the book, they all worship the devil, man.
So did.
And that's where all the idolatry come from. That's where the symbolism come from. That's where the holidays come from. That's where all the stuff that God tells us to stay away from and not to follow, that's where it comes from. If you don't believe me, spend the next 15 years of your life studying. And your reaction gonna tell me what you believe or not. See, our reaction and people's reaction gonna be different. Okay? It's supposed to be. Time sheet.
2 things have I required of thee, deny me them not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies.
I don't want to be a liar, and I don't want to be doing things for nothing or for abomination cause. Because when you violate, it's still for nothing. That was vanity also. You don't want to do nothing that ain't got nothing to do with God. Once it don't have nothing to do with God, it's vanity. Vanity builds your pride. Then God pushes you away. I told y'all 2 weeks ago, God can hide. He said, I will hide myself from that man. When he gets to a point where he ain't listening, he a scorner, I hide my. And when God hide himself from you, you not here no more. You can't fake it. You yourself is going to put out under conviction, meaning you feel it's justified in my heart. Oh, no, I don't go over there to that camp no more. So where you go?
I stay home. Watch you.
No. Everybody stay home now. That's the thing. Right or wrong, Chief Shama?
That's right.
We be talking to people, right? Listen, man. You know, people be, stuff happening in every camp, man. Stuff happen everywhere, man. Okay? Stuff happen amongst men. I said, if a man is worthy to be beaten, he said, 2 men strive together. So these same things are going to happen. Not everybody going to see eye to eye. Everybody going to like everybody. But everybody's supposed to agree on this. And the me not liking you part and the me not feeling, or my spirit don't take, it gets cut down. My compassion going to build. My sensitivity going to build. And my intelligence of God is going to tell me I got to chill with that. Time sheet.
Give me neither poverty nor riches.
Don't make me poor. We ain't got nothing. And God, I don't want to be rich. Who you ever heard say that? Have you ever said you don't want to be rich? See where we at? Godly man said, I don't want to be rich.
What?
50 Cent said, get rich or die trying. Meaning, if you don't get rich, man, take yourself out in trying to get rich.
What?
That's the thing, getting rich.
Jabba.
Getting a bag.
Jabba.
Oh, but he got the bag. So what? That bag is going to get emptied out. The money going to get emptied out. And they're going to put the bag over his head.
That bag is his portion.
That bag is your portion. Not what's in it. That plastic bag. God said, hey, you think you're having fun? He said, I'll blow on it. Or I'll make you put it in a bag with holes.
Right.
I'll make you get a bright idea. I'm going to invest my money over here. And it don't work out.
Money sprout eagle wings.
Sprout eagle wings that fly away into the hands of another who deserve it more than you. Solomon didn't ask for riches.
No.
Solomon didn't ask for a chain.
No.
He didn't ask to get the bag. He asked, I'm going to say it in my words. God, make me smart enough.
Word.
Make me smart enough to deal with that, to govern your people. So I can, because it's gonna be problems coming up. It's gonna be things coming. Nobody would have thought, oh, y'all fighting over the baby? All right, so we're gonna cut it in half. I'm not gonna cut no baby in half, but I know in my wisdom, the real mother, she would not
You want to see
allow
a child
that.
get chopped.
She would rather, keep it.
Right.
That's a fact.
And that's what he begged for.
That's the mother.
Yo, you get what you want. Behave yourself. Ask God for these type of things for the heart. He give it to you. It's starting to be experience. Well, it's starting to be experience. Just like Chief Shama said, your desire. Man, don't make me rich. Because don't have when dudes start getting money, you don't see him on Shabbat too much. I've been seeing this all my life. Nobody can't tell me nothing. I've been around since Ben Isaacim.
That's right. 237
I
bucks.
know the order and I know how it go.
Right. You get more fresh and less bonus.
I did it too.
Me too.
That's how I know.
Me too.
But the difference between me and you, I governed myself.
Right.
I told myself what I wouldn't take from you. And that's what you got to do to yourself. Get on yourself the way you would get on me or get on this one.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm doing the same thing the rest of the Israelites are doing. Not all Israelites are correct before God. Not all the Israelites are doing what God say.
That's right.
They eating blood
That's right.
right now.
Because
2 o'clock, they broke. People are eating blood right now. They're frying chicken right now. They're frying it. They're cooking right now.
eating hot dogs. Pork and beans.
You want to tell me about the law? Is your house separated? Is your house separated? Can he get back?
All right.
Can he get back?
Talk
I know
about
your house separated.
King God.
I know your house separated.
King God.
I know all my brothers' houses are separated. Because of the training that we came up under.
That's right.
And we
That's
were
right.
taught how important and severe it is to go against these commandments.
Heavy on the training.
Heavy on the training. That's why I bang on emojis. I was taught to bang. Yeah, I like when that brother said that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm banging on it. That means I'm hitting the points. Because there's things that we have picked up that we have not even, oh wow, this is image.
Right.
It hasn't dawned on
You
you.
haven't tested yet.
So I gotta surprise you. I gotta go, whoa, wait a minute. What? Just consider it.
All the things they gotta do here.
Anything that's against God, I'm banging on. Anything that's against God ain't in my house. There's nothing on my walls. No picture, no sign, no symbol, no statues, nothing.
That's right.
God says it's an abomination, man. Look, if you have a scale that don't work right, get it out your house.
Right.
God said what? Unjust balance
Unjust
is an
balance.
abomination
Just
Right.
to the Lord God. And then another part, he said, if you got some faulty balances, get it out your house because it's an abomination. He made it clear. A scale that don't work right might as well be an idol in your house. The things that Israel, you know why? You know why I'm bringing that up? Because Israelites look at certain things and they be like, oh, that's not
That's a
God.
tier list,
Yeah?
man.
And that's your block. That's why you block. You're not gonna see it.
The whole of Israel eat blood and fat.
And that's
Even
why you
rare
blocked.
steaks,
That's right.
That's why you blocked.
tomahawk.
You're right, man.
Eating the blood locks you in. You know what the eating the blood does? It opens you up to evilness. That's what it opens you up to. And it blocks your senses and your intellect from the things of the Most High God.
Amen.
And it makes you feel a way against God.
Amen.
Makes you get tired of doing this. You get bored quick. You get distracted quick. You don't do none of that with everything else.
Right.
When everything come to God now, it's a problem. It's a debate. It's an argument.
That's it.
Think about it, man. You're not supposed to have a conversation about God and get into an argument. And we're both on the same page.
I was wondering that. That's what we debated. That's sick.
When you get down, be quiet.
Because I really don't want to do it, man. I really don't want to do it. It's a burden to me. That's why I said, say not that the law is a burden. Because that's how people handle it. I ain't talking about heathens. They're supposed to. After a certain while of being around Israel, right? Then I expect a change. I would see a change. But I'm talking about the ones that know, the ones that have been around, the ones that talk junk. Us. Tamshi.
Feed me with food convenient for me. Let's not be falling in
I just give me enough. Just give me enough. I don't want a lot. I don't want more. I don't want less. Just give me enough so I can to keep my mind steady on you. Grounded, established. Tamshi.
Let's not be full and deny thee and say.
Because this is what happens to most people. I get what I want and I forget who gave it to me. Yes. I get what I want and I forget who gave it to me. And I act like he never did nothing good for me. I forgot that time when nobody would look out. I forgot that time. Nobody would look out for me but you. And I didn't even come to you. You saw it and came to me. But then years later, I get mad at you. And I condemn your life. And I ain't even God.
That's sick.
Tamshi.
Let's not be full.
And deny thee.
They
Let's
call
not be
that
full and deny thee and
conceited.
say.
They call that conceited. They call that don't get conceited. Don't get big-headed. It said the children of Israel waxed fat. Say it again, brother. Kick what?
Leg up.
They kicked their leg up. Thank you. He said, man, he said, say not, you are good. He said, man, we good now. The temple of the Lord is peace. We good. We ain't got to do nothing. We got it. Boom, and kick his feet up. He said, don't do that. Don't do that. Tamshi.
Or lest I be poor and still, and take the name of my most high God in vain. Accuse not a servant unto his master, lest he curse thee, and thou be found guilty.
Man, why you want to get the dude in trouble, man?
Rat him out.
Why you have to say that in front of his master? You know how his master is, man.
You know.
You ain't had to do that. Now the situation is going on, didn't have to be going on. Why you have to say that,
That's
man?
corny, sir.
You know how he is with him, man. Chill, man. Because now he gonna curse you. Yo, man, I don't want Mick around here no more. Because every time he come around, he get me into something. He says something crazy. And I wind up getting into it.
You know the triggers.
These are the ways that we have to learn. There's a
Yeah,
lot
man.
of ways.
That's
All these are
what I'm
ways.
You setting off triggers.
You're setting off stuff, man. Because now, he said, unless he cursed thee and thou be found guilty. You're going to say, man, all this ain't happened to you guys.
Word.
And then, look. The guy I'm arguing with, he said, yeah, you're right, man.
Now look at you, son.
Come see.
There's a generation that curseth their father.
Don't do that because the whole world cursed their dad.
That's this
Yeah.
generation
All right.
now.
They sure do.
All right? Your favorite basketball player curses dad.
They sure do.
Okay? Your favorite rapper curses dad.
Yes.
The people who you like to, the people who you watch for entertainment, they curse their fathers.
The mothers.
And they curse their mothers.
The mothers teach the children
Yep.
to cuss
Yep.
their father.
Yep, that's right. Deadbeat. All of that.
And they don't bless their mother. So they do the same thing. It's the same thing. If I don't bless my mother, I curse her. You can only do one of the two.
Wicked, man.
Right or wrong.
They go in between.
This is further. You know what this mean? You know what this mean? Yo, man, what's up with your dad, man? Oh, man, get him, man.
Yes.
I can't wait till he broke.
Yeah.
I immediately be like, yo, chill. You
That's
don't know,
crazy,
you don't know what he
son.
went through.
Come on now.
Moving.
That's
Hold on.
real. That's real.
Hold on.
I just leave that alone.
Me and my parents
I
don't
can't
get
change this.
along.
You and your parents don't get along.
Now, we don't get along.
And you need to die.
Me and you don't get along.
Look, and you ain't never gonna get along with God, then.
Me and you don't get along.
You ain't never gonna get along with God. You don't get along with your parents. You can't make that. You can't do with your parents. Anytime they say something, you get upset. You don't want to hear it.
You hear that?
You go off. That's what you do to God.
That's right.
Practice make perfect.
Amen.
If you can't honor your mother and your father, you ain't gonna honor God.
That's right. You hear that? That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Watch your mouth. Watch your feelings. Give it up to them. Let them have that. That's what God said. Let them have that, man.
That's right.
They're supposed to be the only ones that can control you.
That's right. Let it up. Give it up. That's right. Give it up.
I don't care how volatile you are, man.
That's right.
God said, look, this guy, he got the power to blow the world up. When his mother say, chill, stop. He stopped.
Chill.
Even though whatever's bothering him, he's bothering him,
You
right?
don't want to stop.
But he forget about you. Forget about that. Do what your mother said.
Right.
You forget about that.
That's
Do what
right.
your father said.
Amen.
It keeps you on the right path. God work with you quicker.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Nah, listen. He's still messed up over here, but
Be honest.
look, the Shabbat and your parents, man. You ain't gonna do nothing else unless you get that right. You can't serve God because that has to do with honor and respect. Okay?
Right.
That's the
Okay.
connection.
Now,
Right.
Connection.
how much more time?
Shabbat.
5 more minutes, 10 more minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Ooh, I'm having fun up here. I don't want to come down. I don't want to come down. I like this. I don't feel hungry up here. I don't feel like doing nothing else. I wish I could do this till the day I die. And I know I ain't packing no more sin on me. This is fun. Make it, yo, your kids, you gotta make it, do it. We learned, and we did it. We did it. All those that have kids in our house. You see what we do today?
The kids look
During the week, we do it
Sit them down.
with our children.
Sit them down.
During the week, we sit our kids down. The phone cut off. The games get cut off. The TV gets cut off. After homework. Oh, you finish your homework? Okay, cool. And a little snack? All right. And I call my oldest, just like my Abba used to do me. I follow the same curriculum that my Bahab. If I can't follow my father, if I hate him, if I dislike him, if I stay away from him. If I stay away from him, I'm not gonna know nothing.
You hear that?
Nobody loves me more than my mother and my father.
You hear that?
Nobody.
That's right.
I don't care what they say. It's criticism. You don't love me, wife. Sorry, I love you. We won, but you don't love me more than my mother and father.
That's right.
You don't love me more than God.
Nah.
So my commitment is to God first and my parents.
Then you.
And your commitment is to me.
That's right.
Because I didn't do this.
Head down on one knee. Make it
Come on,
happen.
nigga. That's why they say we cheat.
Your commitment is what?
Your commitment is to me.
That's right.
Because I'm your guide.
That's
It's
right.
why being
And I'm gonna show you, because look, and wisdom coming, it's gonna come to me first.
Yeah.
Coming to the wife, man.
Yeah.
That's how God set it up, man.
That's right.
That's why God told Eve, allow him to rule, because it's gonna come to him. He's still man. I made him first. You came from him.
That's right.
Before woman started giving birth, woman came from man.
That's right.
You my rib. Be on my side, I'm on your side. I will kill somebody for you. I will take a bullet for you. So the least you could do is follow me and my God.
That's right.
Just know my.
That's when,
Say it again.
that's
Johnny.
when
You won.
we won.
Say it again, Johnny.
That's when you gonna really see my love
See the
for a woman.
And my father
See,
and my mother.
follow me and God.
And my father and my mother will always come
That's the
first.
best love I could give you.
They gonna always
Kid,
come
you feel
first.
me, son?
My
Yo,
father
now,
and my mother
no,
will always come
no.
first, man.
Now you my
I
wife.
be single.
You know why?
Single
Because
as a
I
dollar
know
bill.
she's down with this.
I'll be single as a dollar bill.
And now when we have kids, we got sure kids. You have a sure man and a sure wife in this, you got sure kids. The kids ain't gonna come out bugged.
My father and my mother.
They don't come out like this. In here is twisted. Because
Fact.
if my sins don't drop on,
That's a fact.
time sheet.
That's a fact.
Oh no. I'm done with that, right?
Yeah, we want to go.
So my who gonna sit in the passenger side, your mother or your wife or your daughter?
Oh yeah.
My mom.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Get in the
Glad you
bag.
brought that up. See, this
Right.
I seen a barbecue. People at a barbecue, right?
Yeah, I'll find another woman tomorrow.
And the mother and the wife was there. The mother made a plate for her son. He said, "Yeah," because she cooked. He said, "Hey, baby, here you go." The wife said, "Oh, I was making a plate." So the son, he put his head down because he don't want to stand up to his wife now. And said, "That's okay. My mother made it."
That's right. That's right.
No woman goes before my mama, man.
You eat
Know
that.
why?
You eat that.
Know why? No, my wife can't go before my mother because me and her is one.
That's right.
That's right.
So how am I putting my
You-
mother before
I'll
you?
put myself
We
before my
both
mother.
putting her before.
Right.
That's your
That's
mother
real.
too.
That's real. That's real.
That's your mother
That's what I'm
too.
talking about.
If we both won, that shouldn't matter.
That was it.
Right.
We gotta get
Stop
off.
worrying
We
about
gotta get off this high
Stop worrying
horse.
about that.
That was it.
This is why relationships don't work. This is why Israelites get married and they just don't divorce nothing. They're just not together no more.
Yeah.
Was you really ever married?
Never
Sign
married.
the ketubah.
Wow. This is some treacherous stuff going on here. And this is why God mad at us, man. We ain't doing none of these commandments correct. We ain't getting married or divorced correctly. We're not doing none of that. And you want to know why? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Come on, man. You can't be going out like that. Okay. 15 more minutes, right? I'm going to spend right in here. What is it? Ecclesiasticus 3.
Chapter
3. Read real fast.
To everything there is a season.
Ecclesiasticus 3. The Apocrypha.
That was the wrong one.
You can't say Ecclesiastes.
That's what he said, man.
To us.
To us, bro. To us.
To us, Johnny. Not Timo.
Come shoot.
Hear me, your father, O children, and though thereafter that you
Hear
may be
me,
safe.
who?
Hear me, your father, O children, and though
Hear me,
thereafter.
your father, children. So, father speaking to his children. Listen, man. That's what he did, man. You don't command your household like this every day, constantly. Don't expect for your wife and your children to get where you at.
You hear that?
That's right.
Your son gonna
We're
whip you.
right.
You gotta put that pressure. The same pressure I put on myself, I'm putting on her, and I'm putting on my house.
That's right. You're gonna serve God.
And this is my house, and that's why you gotta have your own house.
You're gonna serve God.
And that's why you gotta have your own house.
That's right. That's right.
You're gonna serve God. in his
Okay.
house.
Cause yeah, whoever don't want to serve God in here gotta go.
That's right.
I ain't forcing you, but you ain't gonna do what you want here.
That's right.
Now, when it comes to family members, we're not saying you're not supposed to talk to your parents no more. You're not supposed to talk to them. No. But you have to get your own environment to serve God.
And you gotta let them
Right? And you got to let them know.
Yeah.
Because they're going to want to visit. The day to visit is when? Saturday.
Saturdays, yeah, always.
Saturday. Even made a song called Saturday. Okay? Go to the roller rink. They want to see you on the holidays. Gotta break it. And no. It's a feeling that will subside.
Oh, yes, it will.
Abraham had to tell his family, yo, I gotta be out. I don't serve this no more. Yeah, but your father, yeah, I know, but my father's Abba is dead now. And God came to me and told me to walk before him and be perfect. Brother, sister, auntie, uncle, whoever. Right?
Exactly.
Look, man, I know one man, and when he discovered this, he ain't with his family no more. The separation started when he don't even sleep in the house no more. Because she don't want to get rid of certain stuff. She not with it. He on his own. He starts sleeping in the backyard on his own. He made a tent. And that brother watching right now.
That's real. I respect that.
He gave up his family to serve God.
I respect that.
That's the sacrifice.
Forget about me.
Look,
God respect that.
Look, all that stuff about he sacrifices himself for everybody. No. You have to sacrifice what you like and don't like for God. You might have to sacrifice relationships with family, friends, people, jobs, schools, modes of whatever. That's the change in your life. Some people are never going to accept it.
That's right.
And that's the separation God wants.
That's right.
That's the sacrifice.
When you do that and you sacrifice, it's an automatic separation because the person that don't live like you is not going to be around you all the time. Not going to want to live with you. That's why I tell you today, hey, Abraham, come on now, get away from your kindred.
You can't do it here.
He couldn't leave his father because you can't leave your mother and your father and go off on your own yet.
God ain't gonna touch him to this fire.
Back then, they didn't have nowhere to go.
That's right.
Ain't no job. Ain't no nothing. My job is right here, holding it down. Nothing comes with certain things. Say, oh man, I ain't seen you with a woman. I don't want no woman. That's my woman right there. That's my baby right there. My mother, my Ema. That's my mother. You know, can't put too much time into
No, you don't been there.
when I was supposed to be here with her.
You haven't been there, done that.
So, yeah. No, but you know what I mean by that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. You my Ema. But the only woman I'm concerned about is you. The only woman I have time for is you. I ain't got time for nothing else. And I'm fulfilling the commandment of my father. I have other commands that I gotta fulfill. I gotta be here in order to fulfill these commands. Correct?
Right.
Gotta be here. Some shit.
For the Lord had given the father honor over the children.
He said, do thereafter that ye may be saved. Listen to me, and what I'm about to tell you, do it so that you be safe. You be safe in life. He said, the giving of the father honor over the children. Lord gave God the father's honor over the children.
You hear that?
I don't get honor over my dad.
That's right.
All right.
I'm not acknowledged when it comes to my father and my mother. I don't matter. Same way I don't matter in front of God. I don't matter. What they say go. When their presence is around, my behavior is a certain way.
That's
and
right.
my words is a certain way.
That's right. Amen.
Even though I'm mad at you.
That's right.
We'll deal with this later.
Amen.
That's right.
I will do anything possible not to get them upset,
All right.
worry,
Right.
or grieve them.
Had him
All right.
yeah,
Or say, man, where you at? I need you. You ain't here.
Right,
I don't have nobody here to help.
right.
All these things is not honor.
All right.
That's right.
It's neglect.
That's right.
Right.
Because in honoring,
You hear
you
that?
got to put in work.
That's right.
How can I have to honor. In order to honor, I have to be around.
Yeah,
That's
right. Honor them if you're not around.
That's it.
You gonna call them every day?
All of Jacob's sons
You hear that?
was right there.
That's
All
right.
of them were right there working in the field, man.
That's right.
They didn't have to do no more work.
They ain't go to work in somebody else's field.
That's right.
Because that's what winds up happening when you go against your mother and father.
That's right.
Okay? You wind up honoring somebody else.
Your boss.
Yeah.
Your boss.
Yeah. Your woman.
I would say that. He said,
He
you honor
gonna
somebody.
weaken you.
He said,
That's
you
right.
honor somebody.
You gonna honor somebody, man. Yourself over everything. Well, you gonna honor something.
Holy said that.
Time sheet.
And has confirmed the authority of the mothers over the sons.
It has been confirmed that the mother has authority over the sons by God.
That's a fact.
You gotta honor her too.
That's a fact.
Because she got authority over you.
Oh, yeah.
You know what that mean, right?
We don't all get mad at him.
Her decision discerning you, you gotta accept it.
It's final.
It's the same as the judges. Whatever the judges determine, that's what it is. And if any man goes against, he's gonna be life for life. Two for two, burn for burn, and so on and so on.
She'll
and
tell you
so on
something
and so
about
on.
your kids, nigga. You better
Okay.
do it.
That's right.
That's her kids.
That's her kids. Jacob, Laban said, "Yo, man, you left out of here with my kids." His what we call grandchildren.
Yeah.
Laban said, "Those are my kids, because if I didn't give you my daughters, you wouldn't have had them. These are my kids."
Naomi breastfed.
That's why God made the
Breastfed.
law.
Baby.
That's right. He said, "Look, man, if a manservant come in with nothing, okay,
Uh-huh.
and you give him a wife, when the 7 years is up and he want to leave, he can't take that wife and the kids with him. Because now you taking away." That's how Laban felt.
Yeah.
Even though Laban was being tricky.
Yeah.
Some sheep.
Whoso honors his father, making an atonement for his sins. And he
Whoso honoring his father, making an atonement for his sins. Once you honoring your father, everything else is in place. Everything else is in place. And God will remember this.
You hear that?
God remember. There's a time when God gonna remember this. Okay?
You can't steal
Okay?
and then say, I honor my father.
No.
Go together.
This is one that
Can't do that.
is lawful.
That's right.
You honor your father.
Because you can't do
God
all the
will
laws
Right.
and not honor your father.
That's right.
Right.
And then you can't do just honor your father and do none of the laws.
It ain't gonna work.
It ain't gonna work.
But see, it's a special thing when you're doing all those laws and you're honoring your mother and your father.
It's an extra.
Now you mess up a little bit.
You're close.
You get covered with that.
I'll show you more things.
You'll get covered with that.
Now I'm gonna show you over here.
Right.
You was messing up over here. I'm gonna show you.
I got you.
Correct it
Because you got that.
Because you got this. That's the key.
Key.
It says at the
That's right.
beginning, he said
right.
that ye may be safe.
That's right.
And I've seen grown men get told by their mothers, "Don't go outside today." Man, go outside.
Don't go
Guess
back.
what happened?
Come back.
I saw his heart fall out his chest when they picked him up. I saw his heart in one lung. Shut up. There's beef going on.
Heavy beef.
His Ema said, "I just don't feel you to go away. Stay in the house.
Stay in the house today. Today.
Tomorrow you can do
Come
tomorrow."
on.
Listen.
Come on, bro. Come on, God. Come on, man.
Damn. He went out and he died right across the street from where he lived. You gotta listen to your mama and your daddy. It is for your safety, not them. This is why these young kids be dying so quick in horrible ways. They be getting their brains blasted, man. Young. Big hole on the side of his head. And you know what they say? He was a good child.
They don't make it no good child.
But look, the mother is saying that, right?
Yeah.
But yo, he ain't listening to his
He
mom.
never listen.
Niggas don't make it to 25.
In the house.
She allowed him to be that way.
It's a fact.
Time sheet.
And he that honoreth his mother is one that lay up treasure.
So whoso honoreth his father, whoever honors his father, you open up atonement for yourself.
That's right.
So that means God's gonna work with you, man, the way you can get yourself straight.
That's
He give you that opportunity.
You hear
You
that?
don't just get them knocked off like that,
Fool.
okay? They don't come off your shoulder like that.
He's a
Okay.
good kid. He just have a problem with listening. That's not
Well,
a good
that's not a
kid.
good kid. He's gonna
That's
die.
This can't
That's
swim.
right.
That's right.
That's why
He said, he that honoreth his
That's
mother
right.
is as one that layeth up treasure.
Uh-huh.
Okay? It's like when you show your mother this honor, money in the bank for you. It's like money in the bank for you. But it's not money.
Food.
Okay?
Good enough.
No. Good things.
Good thing. Like,
Here,
get you out of trouble.
here, and beyond.
Get you out of trouble.
Okay? It's like good credit.
All that.
Okay?
Everything.
Those are the two that you gotta humble to. Those are the two that you can accept. Those are the only people that can do this to you. Let it go down. Let it go down. He said, he that feareth the Lord will honor his father and will do service unto his parents like his master, like is a job, like his boss, like it's a work, constant, can't miss a day. Can't. That's part of honoring. Doing service, meaning I gotta go to the store, do this,
Clean this.
paint, clean,
this. Pick
sweep,
this up. Cook this.
take this out, take this in,
Go get
make
this.
this call.
That's right.
You hear it?
Can.
Shalom Aleichem.
You hear that?
And the mother cannot tell him, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't help me. Leave me alone. No, leave me alone.